do I change the stream info once I've done it? Because I didn't put JWE in the type. Broadcast settings. Yeah. Continue. Okay. Okay. Theoretically. How's our stuff doing here? Seems alright. $69. Nice. That's an individual little, like, turnstile. That one's not bad. Hey, Funtime Fredboy and Mutasaurus, welcome to the stream. How do I want to make my own entrance, or do I want to just use something that's close enough? Like, we could start with just this. Or we could use this. You made a bus entrance? Well, that's going to bring up a bunch of stuff. Let's just search bus. Yeah, I'm thinking something with, like, we'll have a road, and then, like, a walking path in for, like, a turnstile. There's a lot of stuff. 15 pages of bus stuff. Okay, only 5 pages here. There's a bus arrival point. Your user's fun time, Fredboy. Okay. Well, it'll come up quick enough. Actually, we could probably sort... Is it new? Oh, this is already on last updated, so yeah. November, December. Okay, so an older one. Got it. Oh, there's a large JP bus arrival building. There's that one. Not the big one, though. One JP themed bus arrival. Hey, Cryo. What the fuck your message? I don't know. What happened? Yeah, it looks like a good one. I'm not sure it fits what we want here, so. How was the gym with the boys? The gym was fine. Tiring, but that's the point, right? This could be a good one for maybe some other ones in the future. We'll go ahead and install it here so don't forget about it, but we might have to make our own. You were there at the gym. Oh, really? I find that hard to believe. What I want is like a road. No, yeah, the thatch is definitely like in line with the zoo, but since we're building based off like a real zoo, that's also something to consider. Do I have like, if I have like ground view of the zoo, that'd be kind of sick on Google Maps. No, they only do the road. I can put myself at the crosswalk at least. How do I rotate the camera? Just trying to get a sense of like the area. So there's like little like shops across the way. Then there's a crosswalk, and then the main entrance is very much like open. Kind of like a walk-in like entrance for the zoo. I am using Cryo in this park, yes. Cryolithosaurus is probably going to be our stand-in for a lion, I think. So I think we might end up putting together our own arrival point. Because I don't think I'm really finding anything that quite is what I'm thinking. Let's just load a park up and let's play around here with setting this up. Do Quanjusaurus? I'm gonna keep the roster for this park is gonna be a bit on the smaller side, so we're not using like any sauropods or large theropods. Because like it's since we're going with a real zoo angle, like keeping things somewhat to scale is a goal. Why do you have 600 million in your addressable Biosyn Challenge Sandbox Park? You have high difficulty, what the fuck? Yeah, because there's no difficulty in the game. The game is broken, correct. We're going to do an island generator, even though we're building an inland park just because I want to. I think we'll do park, probably. Or should we do, like, DPG or DFW? I think I'll do park staff and guests, maybe. Or we could do guests only. Maybe we do guests only. Yeah, let's do that. Alright, disease we'll do high, injuries on, don't starve, yeah. We'll go infinite lifespan. We're going to turn off dinosaur maturity. That way any animals we hatch as juveniles are going to stay juveniles. We need an NYC city map or something like that. Yeah, that could be neat. That could be cool. Social requirements we're also turning off. Maybe I should start the recording here. Yeah, let's do that. I'm going to get the rest of this set up. We'll come back to this page. We'll start the video here. We are keeping comfort on. So we are going to be, like, having to accommodate the animals. So we're going to have to find a compromise between the real park and, I didn't even notice you said NYC City. That didn't even register. I just read it like normal. So yeah, we're gonna have to like compromise between the real park and like how it can work in the game. I'm just gonna turn the marketplace off. No, we'll leave it. Fuck it, turn it off. I'm not gonna use it. Doesn't matter. If we don't build it, then it literally doesn't matter. Jurassic. Low. Jurassic. And this doesn't go any better than high. These don't do anything, but I still like having them set. Just because. I guess we'll go default color grading. We'll do default storm, I think. Okay. Let's start the recording. Alright, in today's park build, we are going to try to build the Smithsonian Zoo from Washington, D.C. as a dinosaur zoo. So we're following the layout of the real park in the real world, and we're using dinosaurs that have a similar vibe as real animals as stand-ins for the animals in the zoo. And we're using, wherever we can, the population of the real zoo for the population we put in the park. Now, on that topic, we're doing a few little settings here because of this. We're doing unlimited lifespan just so we don't have to deal with replacing animals. Once we get these enclosures set up just perfectly, we can, leave them be. They'll be set up just fine. Similarly, we're turning off juvenile dinosaur maturity. Any juveniles or breed are going to be specifically because the zoo has juvenile animals currently, as far as I can tell, and we don't want them to grow up, right? So that's just being turned off. And then social requirements is being turned off because if we tried to match the real zoo populations with the in-game animals, a lot of them wouldn't work. So this way we can have like some solitary animals and pairs and stuff like that without it disrupting things. All right. And we're going to do an island generator. We're going to do kind of just a big, relatively flat island. Oh shit, I didn't want to do tropical. I wanted to do woodland. You know what? Let me fix that. I'm going to go back. I got too Jurassic Park brained. And went for the tropical one. How would I rate my country as on a 1 to a 10? I don't know. Like a 5? Maybe? It's got a lot of problems right now. Oops. Yeah, so temperate, standard, guests. Unlimited, off, off. I mean, yeah, if you're talking like beautiful wildlife and nature and stuff, the U.S. has a lot of that too. Favorite and least favorite climate diversity ever? Fair. There's some really the geography of the U.S. out west is like incredible. I would live out west if I could justify it. Okay, default, yeah. Just double checking. I mean, it doesn't matter because we can always fix it later. This should be right. Unlimited. Juveniles don't grow up. Dinosaur comfort, yeah. You missed the last couple of streams, Biocraft? No problem. You're here now. That's all that matters. Welcome to the stream. If I could choose to live in Canada or the US, what would I choose? I mean, like, it's complicated, right? All the people I know are in the US or Poland. So, like, there's an incentive to live, you know, around the people I know. Separate from, like, I don't know. I mean, it's complicated, right? It'd be nice to live in the U.S. if the political situation wasn't shitty. So, like, do you include or exclude the political situation? How do you include the political situation but exclude the social situation? It's, like, complicated. Am I going to do Epstein Island? No, we're not doing Epstein Island. We can stop with the... We make an Epstein Island bit every stream. We can let that one go. If we did Epstein Island, nothing would happen because nothing ever happens in the U.S. Let's cut the trees down to about half so we can see the geometry a little bit better here. So I just kind of want like maximum area. Like this one's pretty good and round. There's a little bit there. That one's not bad. This one's decently round, but I wonder if these like lakes in the middle are going to be inaccessible. Because if these are off the map edge, like if the map border doesn't include these sections, which I think it might not, that actually is a problem. Yeah, politics is it's clown shoes world. Everything's a goddamn joke now. It's crazy. That's a cool one with the split islands, but not what we're looking for here. This is pretty good, I think. We'll probably like want to raise up a part of the land to start on. So maybe I like start over here by this mountain or by this slight plateau, raise that up. And then because we're gonna have a slight incline to the park. Yeah, people root for political parties like sports teams. 100%. It's crazy. It's become like this whole tribal thing in the U.S. especially, and it's bonkers. People define their whole identity by like what their fucking favorite team is. It's crazy. Um, I think we'll do this one. I think it's good. All right, so we're starting on a generated island. This is what it looks like. We're doing minimum water, minimum mountains, because we basically just want a big flat area to build on, kind of like a square map, but I don't want to start with a completely blank flat map, right? So this is the compromise there. We get a little bit of elevation to like play with, giving us, you know, a starting position to actually build a park. That's kind of my logic. Confirm and start. So, yeah, we've even got like a little raised area here. Like I kind of want to build the park. Like the Smithsonian Zoo is kind of built on like a bit of a slope. You like come in on street level up top and it kind of slopes down and around into like the rest of the park. So that's kind of the idea for this plan here. So I'm gonna probably pick a spot, raise it up, and start there. Maybe this mountain, because that mountain doesn't really need to exist. It's you know, it is the East Coast U.S., so it's pretty flat. So I think maybe killing this mountain is a good way to start. So I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm going to pause the video. I'm going to get the entrance laid out because I'm going to probably want to build my own park entrance. I have a vision for it, and I have to figure out how to make it work. Any coasts? Like on the island? Yeah, I mean, conceptually it's not actually an island, but so I didn't really bother with beaches. 600 things, including dinos and buildings in your park, still no bugs. I mean, that's good if that's how it's working for you. Let's just do this, maybe. Kill the mountain. Trying to get a new computer, but you can't find any good mid-range ones under 900. Yeah, computer hardware prices are fucked right now. I haven't been shopping for anything myself, just going off what I hear, but I don't hear good things, you know? PS5 Pro is working, cleaning it every 2 weeks. Good. I need to take my computer out to the garage and run the air compressor through it a little bit. Probably accumulating a little bit of dust at this point. Oops. I should be a larger radius. I don't know why I'm doing this so slowly. There we go. Okay, this might be like a good height to start on here, maybe. I could go higher than that, maybe, actually. Yeah, let's do this. I think this is pretty good. Never cleaned your PS5 in the 4 years you've owned it? Probably depends on your living situation a little bit too, right? If you've got like pets, you're going to accumulate a lot more dust. That kind of thing. All right, let's get the entrance built. So let's go to the workshop. Let's find a road to start with. And then we're going to build off of the road, I think. Yes, Cryo, what is it? Road with drainage system? No. Actually, maybe we look for a crosswalk. Yeah. Bananas roads. Okay. Why is it censored here. But it's not censored here? Did he typo his own name? Yes, because there's 4 censored characters. Okay, so we want it's like a multi-lane road. It's like 6 lanes of traffic and then a big crosswalk going across the 6 lanes of traffic. So this might be good for that. In that it's got like these multi-lane ones here. Frontier censorship is beautiful. Yeah, it's crazy. And this one's just a crosswalk, so yeah, I think we'll use bananas roads all together. Okay. So this is all one group. So, how do we want to make this work? Hey, Rugops, welcome to the stream. Now, I've played Last of Us. That's the only one I've played out of the games people are mentioning. I don't play much console stuff. Trying to think of how I want to replicate this road. So it's... I'm not worried about getting it like 100% perfect. But yeah, let's what if we do something like this? We can strip out some of this. I got a little extra piece there. Okay, so unfortunately, the way that works is like that. So how would I want to do this? Let's test the idea of doing this. That might be okay. Yeah, because it would be 1.5 on each part. So we do that. Actually, let's leave that there for now. Let's do this. On all of that. We do this. Duplicate that. doesn't let me rotate it? Oh, no, it does. Sorry, I can read. I can read! Okay, so we have that. Let's grab this. So that wants to be slightly offset. Like that. Do I want to move it closer? Why is this whole thing just offset slightly in a weird way? Can't think of rotate without thinking of rotato. I guess because of how it was originally placed on the grid? That's why it's off slightly weird like this. It's both kind of misaligned in like every direction it can be. Yeah, park the roads. Fucking roads, man. Why is that? Oh, will that not let me build it on that specifically? No, it will. Why is this? Okay, well, let's just try that again. Why does that... What is that terrain, like, building constraint even trying to tell me at this point? Like, what the fuck does that mean? It's flashing red in the goddamn sky. Okay, yeah, nothing works. Why did this all spontaneously fucking break? What the fuck? Okay, I mean... Maybe I just need to be further from the edge? Yeah, the second I get near it, it's... throwing building constraints. What the fuck does that even mean? Wait, grid height? Okay. Oh, it like went underneath. It went underground on me for some reason. Alright, well, whatever. What the fuck? Why did the last one not place? What did I think of Netflix's new Dino documentary? I haven't watched it yet. So this just wants to be offset, and I don't know how to fix that. Very annoying. I probably could just say fuck it. So that See, that one aligns differently. Does it? Wait, no. Camera angle? No, it is slightly differently aligned. So I don't know how the grids work in this game. Are they like set up locally? It's kind of weird. Wait, why does this... There we go. So is that moving? That's moving to either side of the grid line. I see. Okay. Now the question is, where the fuck is the center at this point? This is also just always going to be misaligned front to back, it seems. I don't know why that is either. I deserve more views? Not if it's this dog shit of me just fucking fumbling around with the modular building. You've heard people say it's on par with Why with Dinosaurs, but you think it's incredibly mid? Huh, interesting. I should check it out. Wait, it's aligned! What did I do? Why is it aligned? What did I hit? Oh no, I fucked it up. Oh my god, fuck you. I want to lower it now, and every time I click on it, it moves. Wait, is it aligned with the edge? I can't fucking tell. I wish it would just fucking stay where it is when I click the fucking tool. God damn. But it moves to where the fucking cursor is when I hit the advance move. Can I do... what is our hotkey at? R... okay, but that keeps it there. I just gotta use hotkeys more when I'm in this specifically. See, now that's still raised. So how do I... like, is that the grid height that affects how much it moves there? Right. So how in the world do I align that? Can I not align that now? Because this one's low enough, but is it because I moved it? Also, it is like... maybe... no, I think it is aligned. God damn it. Was there not a hotkey to, like, disable the grid? What if I just... if I split it from the group? Okay, that works. Okay, so split it from the group, and then we can adjust the height, and then we can just throw it back in, maybe? I don't know why I have to do it that way. That seems dumb, but whatever. I guess because the local object is specifically gridded. Very frustrating, though. The problem I have with the modular building is it feels like there's a lot of, like, to get things to work the way you want them to, sometimes you just have to go in some weird directions, like separating shit off and then it'll work. I don't know. It just seems strange. Smithsonian Zoo is what I was thinking. Having Jesse having two Jesse in my view watching your stream in the Bios and Jurassic World video. Are you saying, oh, you're watching my stream twice? I see what you're saying. Yeah, that would be weird if you had the audio on both. That'd be a little awkward, not gonna lie. Okay, there's theoretically our road section. I think the spacing looks pretty good. Alright, then let's kill all the rest of this. So I need the crosswalk though. My voice has changed? Is that because you're doing it twice? Procrastinated building your park entrance for 3 months because you want to build another parking lot? Under fucking standable. What happened to this? What is this? What is this? Why is there just a box? Okay. Well, it went away. It was like the multi-select glitched. Oh, no. Because because I'm not in the group anymore. Edit group, you fucking piece of shit. There we go. Too stubborn to use the workshop? Yeah, the workshop saves me so much fucking time. I couldn't do this shit if it wasn't for the workshop. I would lose my mind. Okay. Then we got the crosswalk piece. So, in theory... yeah, that seems pretty okay with the alignment. Okay, so this is its own thing now. Great. Okay. Confirm. Maybe we'll make this its own blueprint. Oops. Road section. 1, 2, 3. I don't care. Okay. And now it won't let me hit confirm. Okay. Why is that the orientation of the fucking axis? What the fuck? Why is it awful? Just awful. Oops. Nope. I meant to do this. Blueprints. Oh my god. Why does it not default to the same alignment? Like, why does it default off-rotated? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Okay, this one's at least correctly gridded in terms of, like, front-to-back placement. I don't know why it moved. Oh, that's still not part of the same goddamn thing? I thought... Rah. Edit group. No. How do I add to a group? Can you combine groups? Like, is that a thing? Where is Dreadnoughtus found in JWE3? Somewhere in South America. Near the bottom of the map. Like Argentina or something, right? How many animals are we thinking of? I don't know. It kind of depends how many we need. Like, how detailed I'm going to go with the actual zoo roster depends a little bit on what we need to get to 5 stars. So... like... when I have all this multi-selected, Is there a way to link this together? Because making blueprint doesn't actually link it. And I can't create a group. Connection, well, okay, well, selection cannot be merged. So I suppose if it allowed you to merge, this would be where it is. Not when it's grid blocks. Oh, I see. The grid seems like it kind of fucks everything up. The grid seems like it's really nice to start with, but then it makes everything really annoying when you try to like fine tune shit later. Well, that's all very annoying then. Why does that not rotate? Oh, because it's up here still typing. God damn it, you piece of shit. Still puts it on that fucking off-axis grid. Why? Why is this off kilter? This is so aggravating. Like, why the fuck? The thing has a grid that is along one axis and an advanced move axis that's completely offset from the fucking grid. It makes no goddamn sense. Why is there a gap? Why does this one specifically have a fucking gap in the yellow line? This sucks ass. Where the fuck did this come from? Fuck. Okay, this is at a slightly different like fucking height too. God damn it. So I think it's the orientation of the yellow line that's causing the whole collective object to be misaligned. Because this is correctly aligned with its own grid. But once I add the yellow and then it becomes some stupid kooky nonsense grid. I didn't mean to delete that. I meant to fuck. There we go. But why is the height like, or is the height different? No, it's just a seam, right? Just a very slight seam. Ah, fuck you. Yeah, okay. Got it. Okay, but then this bit will all have to be moved here. Oh, that's why, because that's where the extra little piece was and I missed it. Now I know why that gap was there. I figured that out. But then I guess we can go down to here, maybe. But this also goes on the grid. So why does the combination of two things on one particular XY axis result in the combined object being on a completely different axis? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. I don't know if that's going to work down here. I've not watched the dinosaurs. It'll happen eventually someday, maybe. So this is also slightly misaligned in the other direction, it looks like. I hate that the access point here is like in the middle of the object. I think this should be positioned relative to where the camera is, not where the object is. So I think that if I'm like looking at this little junction point here, that's where this should be. Instead of it just being in the middle of nowhere. Okay, I mean that, I think we've connected these two pretty well. Now, if I do this, confirm, advance move. Okay. Wait, did I not? How did these not get split back off? The fuck? I thought I split these off from the fucking group. Split. Edit group. Multi-select. Confirm. Split. Are we good? Maybe I Control-Z them back into the group at one point. Alright. Biggest gripe is how they separate dinosaurs from reptiles in the documentary. This is a little weird that like the way the lines are doesn't really make that much sense. Okay. That is now it's working. Now it's actually connecting up in the way I want it to, which is great. Cool. Okay. Now, how much of a road do I actually need? Do I think I might use the new rescaling trick on modular items? I haven't looked at it, so I don't really have any intention to do so. To do anything with it right now. But we could do something with it in the future, potentially. Okay, I don't know why this just started kind of working, but it did. So, great. I think the whole thing needs to move towards the camera right now. So we're gonna do what? We're gonna do that. Yeah. Why are you like that? Okay. Well, that's fine. Okay. Why did that get picked, you little fuck? Okay. Oh, that's just showing me what I'm hovering over. Just kidding. Alright, so, crosswalk. Which is also no longer on the grid. Actually, this was kind of useful on the grid. Maybe I should put this back in the object. Let's do that, maybe? Is that going to work? No, I can't put it back in. Since I removed it, I'm not allowed to reconnect it. Cool. Great. Well, that's annoying. Oops. Pretty simple. Just find an object that can't scale, select it, but don't place it. Then with mouse scroll, with a mouse scroll to be as small as possible, and swap to the object you want to resize. Okay. Yeah, we can look it up at some point if we find like a reason to do it. Essentially. So that, oh man, part of it's like been already duplicated. Gross. So that is one roadway, more or less. Fuck it, let's just do it like this. Actually, nah, let's not do it like that. There's also just a mod that we can use to resize decorations. So I don't know if I'm going to bother with the trick. Like, I think I would just rather download the mod that just loosens up how much we can resize things. Because the mod doesn't conflict with the workshop. You can actually upload things. Like, the scale of an object is separate from, you know, the validity or whatever for the workshop upload. Okay, so now the question is, what do I do about the alignment here? Do we just align with, like, that guy? Like that? It's kind of weird on the cross, like the lines. Maybe we delete those? Just these ones here, specifically where the crosswalk is? I think I'm going to do that. So the edge is essentially aligned there, and not so much there. That aligns kind of with that edge. I think that's probably good enough that I'm not going to worry about it too much more. So... I think that's coming together all right. Why does Therizino hate Trike in JWE3? Doesn't Theri hate like everything except for like Listro or whatever? Is there a reason to like Trike, I guess, is the bigger question. You could tell that modular building's my favorite thing in the world. Yeah, it's I just fucking love it, you know? It gets me so excited. That's why I can't stop yelling and bitching at it. That's the excitement coming through. All right. I think I'm going to call that good because I don't want to fuck with this anymore. I'm pretty okay with what we've done here. So, next thing to do. Let's... Before we break all of this... Oh, I'm missing this group here. Oops. Or, missing this edit. Okay. Before we fuck anything else up here, we're going to blueprint this. Update. Confirm. Continue. Okay. So, now, modular entrance. That's the next thing to look at. So we'll probably use this arrival point. Custom design. Okay. So the logic I have here is having the arrival point be on the other side of the road. So it looks like the guests are walking into the park across the road. That's my thought process, right? So if we do this, and then we do the invisible path, which puts these stupid fucking pillars out, but these could be okay, like, in the road. These could be conceptually, like, crosswalk markers for the lanes, right? They do kind of almost align. Why are there no, like, unmarked paths? Like, why is that not a thing, you know? I feel like that should be a thing. Like, what is the point of having an invisible path if it's not genuinely unmarked, right? Very goofy. Drink? Didn't I just drink? Why don't I just use a dirt path? I mean, are we talking the sand path? Because, yeah, that's still got the pillars. All of these have little three-dimensional markers. Like, are any of these path types genuinely flat? None of them are, right? Every single one has these little markers. Oh, does it... That's just so you can see them in builder mode. Oh, do those not actually build? Does that include the invisible ones, or don't these build? Yeah, those ones do exist. Okay. But these ones don't? Yeah, okay. I get you. Okay. That's what threw me, because I was pretty sure these ones would show up, which is why I tricked myself into thinking the other ones would. Okay. Might be. That's just inconsistent UI design. Alright, so yeah, we do the sand to about here. Then, theoretically, they can go down the sidewalk on either side. I don't think this is going to be used for anything, really. But it will be here, if I can get it. So this would need to be back more, so that I can have the path there. Yeah, so I guess... Actually, yeah, let's just put it out of the way for now. Let's get the path here in. Oh, did it delete itself? It deleted itself. When I move the entrance, the whole path killed itself. Okay, so path down there. Path down here. So something like that, and then we can put some initial, like, shops on either side. But I kind of want it to be all, like, one frontage. I think. Like, one, singular facade. It's like here. Let's put a window capture source for this web browser up. So this is what I'm looking at, right? This is the crosswalk here that leads to the zoo here, right? So I want to have an entrance and then these shops that are all, like, arranged here. Not like one-to-one, that's too much effort, but I think it'd be fun to have this, like, strip mall type setup. So that's what we're trying to do. And then we'll put a little... We'll try to do this thing, kind of, with, like, the signs and stuff. Maybe not all these little like decorations, but some of this, maybe some dinosaur statues on either side would be cool to like capture this. But yeah, that's the idea. So I guess what we could do maybe is if we do these as customs, then they're all just little buildings like this. And then we could plaster shit over the front of them. I don't know if I have it in me to make like that many buildings. Maybe we can find like a strip mall type thing that we can use. I love that strip is censored too. Come on. Large amenities. Yeah, see, this is a little overblown. It's a little more than what I'm looking for. I just want like linear shops that look like something. This is close. Building the building is your favorite and least favorite part of JWE3? Yeah, I can understand that. What about just mall? Maybe. Well, I mean, yeah, that's what we're on now. Nope. I'll know it. Ooh, wait a second. This is pretty close. Let's figure out what's in this. Let's install this. Okay, it doesn't look like it includes a small, unfortunately. Can I find... Okay, so like, are all blueprints under scenery? Or is this only scenery blueprints? Like, how do I get to... Yeah, how do I get to all my building blueprints? Ah, blueprints here. Yeah, okay. Where is it? Wait, was it a decoration only? Did it include no actual structures? It's not there either. The fuck? Where did it go? What? Turn off research, place a strip mall, and then place it back on. Yeah, does it not show up because I don't have the prereq? Is that why? Is the blueprints... Is like blueprints itself actually filtered by your research? Oh, it's plaza in the title. It comes up after mall because mall is in the description, but it's not actually called a mall. It's called a plaza. Yes. Okay. It's big. Let's put it over here and take a look at what's in this. So this is an activity center. This is also an activity center. No, the whole thing's considered an activity center. Okay, so this is just a dummy facade. This is nothing. Right? There's nothing in here. Yes. So this is actually literally just a singular... Yeah, a singular attraction. Okay. So, my thought process is... We can delete part of it. Yeah, we can get the amenities inside, I think. I've done that before. So if I kill everything over here, that's what I'm thinking. I don't want to get the building in that bit there. Okay, wait, that's... Okay, that's an underpiece there. Okay, that should work as like a backlot thing. That looks fine. It's a little weird that like that one corner doesn't round off, but I'm not going to worry about it. We got to kill this. Oops. Okay, maybe I just kill this whole door. That door is like a little weird. Okay. Then there's like this bits. Cancel that. So that is going... Alright, well, we could fix that later. That is a problem for another day. Well, for today, but for another moment. Okay. Well, this just should probably all be deleted, actually. This, like, bit here. That goes... Sure. Just gotta decide how to fix that little corner. This doesn't really match the vibe. I think I'll just leave that little corner kind of as a cutout. I'm not going to worry about that, I don't think. Okay. stray trash can now is a little weird. Food sign, a drink sign, and a other sign. I might just delete the signs rather than deal with I think I'm just going to delete this. I think the flat wall is fine. Delete the signs rather than try to make sense of the signs, right? I'm going to leave the signs for now. Maybe it's fine. Or maybe I replace the one in the middle. It's more of like an activity center sign. I leave the other ones on the sides. I think that's pretty good. I think that vibe is pretty good. So, now, if I go to here, and I go to a small, and I go to a custom, yeah, it'll just let me chuck it in there. Okay. Uh-huh. Cool. Is there a way to, like, go inside this without having to, like, open it up? Right? Because, like, what I've done before is I just end up moving the door. Oh, this one doesn't even have... It's just straight up inside. Okay. Well, we'll just do this. I mean, this is gridded, so it's fine. Okay. Can we get inside? Nope. Oh no, it kept itself up. While it doesn't really want to go down, does it? There we go. Okay, sure. The icon that shows a camera and shows the number. One click on that, click the camera 3. Under which part? Oh, here. Camera placement? Oh. Wait, why does that... Okay, I can get in, but it's like by rotation. That's weird to use. Okay. Yeah, it's almost like it has to find its way inside. But it does work. Okay. Hard to tell the alignment there. Alright, so drinks. So this would be shopping in the middle. I can probably keep that icon there, I guess. I don't think I'm going to bother changing that. Oh, there's like little... You can see like the little interior stuff through the window. That's not really there. That's interesting. Jurassic World Evolution. Not even 3. Weird. Also, they move slightly when the camera pans past to the different sections. Right? You see like there's that one there that doesn't exist here. Fun. Alright, So I guess what we'll do... Oops, that's the sign. Want the whole thing? Why is there not a normal move? Why is there only a... Well, there's J, but like, why does it not have move here? I have to specifically use the hotkey for that only. I think we'll put this over here and then... Oh yeah, I need the... This has to be this, too. And it doesn't like the map edge. At least partially. Okay, but that's probably the buildings there. Let's do this. No! Come back! Delete you. Delete you. And then we'll align to this with the edge of the sidewalk. Maybe about like that. Maybe that's better. It comes to about there. Maybe a smidge more. It's like a little gap there, and like... I think that's fine. Alright, now we do the entrance. Custom. Trying to get the rotation correct. That looks pretty good. Just sink it right inside. Ta-da! It works! Do we still have a floating lamppost somewhere that I missed? Oh, we still have this. This one pillar that I missed. Is anything else floating here? Oh, there's you. one stray wall light. There we go. Okay. This whole thing, oh, this is slightly... Oops. Slightly off the sidewalk. Is it misaligned? No. There we go. The height looks good to me. You only see the flicker if you get really close. Okay. Alright. Small food. Custom design. It doesn't really matter how far back in we put it. Right? As long as the path is coming through, it's kind of fine. This is kind of cool. We got there. In the end, it's coming together. It's better than I thought it would be. It's still not perfect, but, like, it could be a lot worse. All right, custom design. Snap that there. Now it aligns. Hopefully the guests actually appear. Like, hopefully this doesn't just glitch out like every other park we have. And there's, like, no guests. Because if this doesn't actually have guests walking across it, this is going to be a lot of effort for, like, nothing. And I'm going to be really sad. Sorry, what the fuck? You see this shit? Oh, this is probably left over from, like, god damn it. From, like, the other part, right? Do we have any other floating bits? Looks good to me. Okay, then we're going to put shopping over here, I guess. And then this one, maybe I do slightly offset so that they walk like around the tree between the tables if they actually do walk. So maybe like that. Okay, now we gotta fix this. So this wall position actually is pretty much needed because that is like right there. So yeah. No! It was in the right spot. Why? Okay. Down. Oh, you little shit. Okay. Is that, I can't tell if that's correct with all the dust. Get out of here, dust. Okay, there's like a little gap there. Dude, where'd it fucking go? Wait, is that blocking the door at all? No. Okay. It keeps going back! Wait. Okay, and now... Can I... Will it stay at that height? Oh my god. Please. Behave yourself. No. Okay, new plan, new plan. New plan is just cover that with something else. Why do you hate me so much? Fuck you. Why did it go all the way to the bottom of the goddamn map? Where the fuck is it? Why? Okay, sure. That'll work. Fuck it. I'm done. That's good enough. That's gonna have to do because I ain't doing anything else with that shit. Okay. Oh, I hate this. I hate that there's a little gap here in between these two pillars. Just be normal. Oh my god, bro. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna work. If you hate the modular building system, it will hate you back. Yeah, I can feel it. I can feel the hate radiating off of it. Okay. That's our park entrance. I think that's actually kind of cool. Overall. Now, big hope is that it just works. So I'm just going to slap this down. Maybe I'll just slap this down here. I'm not going to bother with a custom one because this is not going to stay. We're going to replace this with an electrical grid at some point. So this is just going to be a filler placeholder thing. It looks very out of place right next to the strip mall. All right, and then this part of the park. How do we want to set this up? Oops. Let me look at this again. So the sidewalk connects to like it's like a like maybe a gray like hexagonal tile. Nothing quite works. So maybe I do the luxury, but then we just change it to be like gray. Not bad. Maybe a slightly lighter gray. Should be darker than the sidewalk, but not that much darker. So I think this is okay. This is what then the boundary of it is kind of there's kind of like there's like a gray curb, but then also kind of a reddish, very slightly reddish part. I might do that. Because then it matches the sidewalk. I think that's okay. Okay. So where's the cross section is there. If I do this, okay, yeah, that highlights it. That's perfect. So we do something like this, maybe. Let's do it like this. And now we should be able to find the connection point. And then set it to curve. Like that. Then we kill this. And then we have this that goes in like that. Slightly not exactly perfectly aligned with the crosswalk, but maybe I'm okay with it. Maybe I just live with that being like that. We might need to make it bigger anyway. So we have like statues and hedges. So it's a lion statue. So like conceptually some sort of theropod or something makes sense for that. They're not enormous, so like the raptor statue might be a good one to go with. Like ideally it would be on like a slight pedestal with like hedges around it. As a zoo volunteer, find there's not much symmetry outside of the entrance. Yes, yes, right. Yeah, that's part of the interesting thing with like why the Smithsonian Zoo stuck in my mind as a park build was because of how much the paths like snake around the exhibits, and the whole thing is just kind of vaguely banana shaped, which is fun. Let's go to the workshop. Let's just try to find like a nice like hedged statue on like a plinth or something. We need more dino statues in this game? Yeah. The fuck? That's so dedicated. That's like a lot to do. Okay, there's like so many statues. What if we search hedge? Okay, that's a lot less. Custom hedge. Tiny overgrown hedge. And the hedge wall. That's not that good. Let's grab this. Maybe. Alright, we're going to use that as the basis for making our own. I think. Looking at the shot again, yeah. We can probably just assume the hedge extends the whole way around. That wants to be on ground level. Do we have like a bigger foundation? Do any of these have any thickness to them for the floors themselves? I guess not. Do we have like some sort of block? I don't know. What could I use for like a raised platform? Made a simple zoo restroom, put on the workshop. You'd like to use it? Okay, we'll look for that in a second. I guess we could have also looked at like the base planters too a little bit. Okay, I mean like sand does kind of look like concrete vaguely. Like that could be the thing we do. Oh, sandstone is maybe just better. Well, that's still sand in sandstone. Trim's column maybe would work. Do we have like a square one? Kind of vaguely. Okay, well maybe two of these and we sink them in. Oops. Misclicked. Okay, that kind of works as like a platform. All right, and now we need a appropriately sized statue. Probably that raptor. Yeah, that's about perfect. Why does it want to snap to the thing? It's fine. We can position it ourselves directly. I think it could be a little bit bigger too. So, okay, this is 42 objects per hedge. These are good hedges. I would like this decoration. a part of me thinks this is upload worthy, except for the fact that the hedges are somebody else's. So I don't think I would want to upload this because I would be stealing somebody's hedges. We're going to make a blueprint out of this. Should have made the group before I made the blueprint. Let's just redo it. I could check the guys, that description of the hedge upload and see if it's like reusable, if they've got anything, if they say anything about it. I need to multi-select now because we actually put it together. Okay. I mean, to be fair, we do upload parks when they're completed that use people's blueprints, but I feel like that's a little different than uploading a straight blueprint, personally. But other people may not agree with that, so we're taking a good moral stance in one area and maybe letting it slip a little bit in the other. Okay. Then if we look at the actual zoo, it's kind of hedges all the way down, along the front here. So, let's get back to the hedge. Oops. I hate that it does that. That when you like exit off of a decoration, it like snaps to a different one. Our immorality is always based on mistreating animals and letting them kill people. Sure. In this game, yeah. Alright, I'm just going to run the hedge all the way down. At least for now. There's a side road that leads to parking lots that we might want to put in. But for the time being... let's do this. I could also, like, try to thread these so they're a little less obvious blocks. But, like, you're still going to have that kind of ridge on the edge that's always going to show up. Okay. How would you go about doing an actual indoor zoo later? Oh, like trying to build the whole thing inside, you mean? Like under buildings? That seems like that'd be really tedious, if that's what you mean. You're using your aquarium build somebody else's blueprint of a truck? Like, it's definitely like a gray area, I think. Like, ultimately every decoration is made of the same pieces. So if you've, like, substantially altered it or integrated it into a larger thing, I don't think it's that bad, personally, but I don't see any value in aggravating the people that do, right? Like, in my mind, I think this has expanded enough on what the base hedge is that it's like upload worthy in its own right. But I wouldn't want to annoy the person who made the hedge originally, which is why I'm not going to upload it, right? That's kind of my logic. Okay, so now the middle part of the entranceway. Okay, this is actually really funny. Look at this. The zoo actually says zoo. Those letters actually look a lot like the letters in the game. That's actually surprisingly similar to the font, I think, of the decorative letters. So I think I'm going to ignore the little potted plants and those little signs, but I would like to create this little thing here. I think that's a good look for the entranceway. I could use the existing hedge, but this like hedge here is actually more hedge-like, and this is a little more bushy. So maybe we can find something else there. But it's like 3-tiered hedges with like some trees and then some flowers in front. So maybe we start with some sort of like start from the front and work our way back, because then we can always push the path back more. Like we put this in here kind of more as a guideline for what the path would look like. It doesn't have to actually be like the path, right? Oops. Not girders, planters. So do none of these come with any like stuff already planted in them? It doesn't look like it. Are there any default planters in 3, or do you have to build them all yourself? Out of like the foliage options. Yeah, because these are all unoccupied. Are there actually even flowers? Okay, it just doesn't come up. There actually are flowers. Do I think I could beat a Rugops in a boxing match? Didn't we already go through this? I think we already went through this. Why does the game not have the Jurassic Park fonts as placeable words and letters? It's probably a paid font, right? That'd be my guess. Okay, so we could just build this out of the plants. Like, there is a little, like, lip, but, like, maybe that doesn't matter that much. Oh, was I searching just not on the flower tab? Yeah, okay. I think I was just not searching on the right tab, which is why I didn't bring up the flowers. That was kind of weird. That didn't make sense to me, and now I understand why. So like a concrete edge, yeah, like this could work. Problem being that it's a little on the narrow side. This is this. Okay, so maybe this is how we do it. And then it is rounded. You've made many planters now. It's very tedious. Okay. That concerns me a little bit. So I do this. Is it better just to duplicate, maybe? Because then you can do the advanced move and it's all aligned. Probably better. Yeah, so I can't rotate when I'm in advance move specifically. If I do this, and then I do advance move, yeah, It's messed up my height and stuff, so that doesn't really... Not the best. Ew. A lot of flickering texture stuff there. I don't really like that. Okay, that's kind of disgusting me right now. That's kind of looking awful. It's kind of like the worst. Let's do that. Okay, so something like that is a good start, I think. Now here's the question. What is this planter? Straight planter something. Okay. Straight planter kit concrete. So if I do kit dash concrete. Okay, great, cool. We got the rounded corner pieces. Why will it not? Why is it snapping there but not to the other piece? Wait, that one snapped. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Okay. Come on. Not like that, you little bitch. Snap like that. Wait. Okay. Okay. Now what? Oops. I lost my street view. Get myself back in there. Okay, you can look at it from the side. It is kind of like square. So actually, maybe it should be not with this. And I take this blueprint, right? And I duplicate this. Whoops, confirm. We duplicate it. I do this, then I do this, and then I go back to advance move, I guess. Maybe that's the way to do it. This is probably the most time I've spent modular building. Yeah, this is the most modular building we've done in a single session, I think. Yeah, for like a singular park. We might have spent more time like fighting with like one singular thing, maybe. But I'm also kind of having fun with this. Like the whole like replicating the entrance thing is kind of neat, I think, personally. So I'm kind of enjoying myself. Like there's bouts of frustration, of course, but yeah, it goes both ways. Okay. Now we do... Yeah, thank you. Now we do... Damn it. Let's just make that a group. Duplicate that. I hate that that's the axis you gave me for that. I'm not a fan. Approximately there. Oh god, no! I clicked the wrong thing. I was trying to click that one. I'm trying to like see the connection, not like look at where the control is, you know, because it's all the fucking way over there. Almost. Okay, now it's got to go that way. Maybe? Pretty good? No, it looks bad here. How does this... Okay, the whole thing is actually down. Fair. I just didn't notice it because of the camera angle on the other side. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. You're almost there. You little shit. I feel like there should be a way to, like, auto-level it, but whatever. That's pretty good. Okay, and now we gotta, like, fill in the center? So is there, like, a regular dirt piece? I don't know what to search. Okay, there's this thing which has, like, one corner pillar. That's weird. That's almost what I need. Why does it have one corner piece? What are you doing to me? Is the idea that you wouldn't make it this big? Do they just not provide? Some planters in the soil tab. Okay, let's look at this. Props, which one's planters? Planters, soil tab. Am I blind? Oh, well, that works. Search and soil works. So these are smaller sections, so this is right. Okay. So, unfortunately, we gotta, like, align it. It doesn't just snap to, like, a grid or anything convenient. Nope. Probably would have been easier if we just made it more like ground level, but it's not how it is in the thing. So this is actually, we're making this completely from scratch, so we could make this, we could upload this as a blueprint. The rotation's slightly wrong. That's one of the worst parts, is trying to get the wait a second. Oh my god, it does snap. Shit! That is so much better. Oh wait, that's, yeah, edit group. Sorry. What? Duplicate. There we go. So if I do this, yeah. Ooh, and it remembers. Well, that's nice. Okay, cool. It's a little finicky, but it works. You just gotta... It has to figure out what you're trying to do, and it's really not good at guessing. Why did that one not place, sir? Okay, do we have no weird extra things here? Okay, the alignment got a little fucky in the middle. I don't know what that's about. But it should be fine because it'll be covered up by plants and stuff. Like, you shouldn't see that much of the dirt. So I'm probably not going to try and fix that seam. You just figured out the soil can snap? Oh, man. I just stumbled into it, too. Damn. Well, at least you know now. Okay, so... So there's kind of like the big hedge in the back that's about like half of it. And the only thing that had... Yeah. So what did they there was like the rhododendrons or something. Bush. Yes. Let's see what our bushes. Okay, plenty of bush. A lot of bush. Okay, it's having a fucking time snapping to the soil. You think that would be, like, obvious, right? The orientation of the bush should, like, align with the surface. Not being the edge, but being the flat surface of the soil. But what do I know? I'm only a junior game dev. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, right? The rhododendrons aren't really the vibe I'm looking for exactly. These would be good maybe for like the middle level or the lower level hedges or something. Let's look at them over here on the ground. It's easier to tell what's going on. So this should be, yeah, this should be a fairly thick bush. Compact, you know, squared off and thick. These aren't too bad. We could put some of these together. Yeah. That's pretty okay. I lost one. Oh man, they like... Why do they do that? Why do they spread apart instead of changing sides? Why is that the thing? What the fuck? Okay. It's a little samey. Like, you could see the repeating pattern. I don't really love that. Turn off position snap. What if I grab maybe you? Can we... Do we have a randomized rotation? Yeah, toggle random rotation. So, how does that work? If I do advanced? No. Is there a way I can rotate these in place without also moving them? That's what I would like to do. I guess this. Yeah. We just do that. We just instead of randomizing it, we just manually fiddle with rotation. Until at least doesn't look like it's the same bush cloned every time. We need a little bit more. Okay, if we can get rid of this guy, then I'm thinking it's looking pretty okay. That's pretty good. This, like, little bits repeated here. Whoops. Let me back to... Oh my god, where's my bush? Okay. Yeah, this one, I think. Okay, I think that's a good layer. I can see this. A little further. I can see that it's still right next to each other, and then this one. Yeah, that's a good natural looking bush. Makes you feel better you have 30 hours in your Paley Gardens Park build with no dinosaurs still. I can understand how that would happen. That's completely and utterly understandable. Okay, so the zoo letters are just kind of standing there. So if I search a Z, does that just find me decal Z? So this just goes, yeah, that's not going to be great. Why does it wants to go on the ground? It would be nice if it preferred to snap to the dirt level. It's still probably best to do it like that and then just move it up. And then this rubs itself on the bush. Yeah, so putting it like that's not going to be useful. Wait, Alt button doesn't do anything. Is that just going to reset it back to snapping to terrain if it's not, maybe? Okay, well, let's find the right Z. It's a big narrow Z. This one's maybe a little too chunky. So maybe this one's better. So this was Noto Sands. Wait, why are there three? Wait, what? There's 3 Z's. Why are there more Z's than other letters? Am I going crazy? Why are there 3 Z's, but just... Is it still searching Z here? Yeah. Okay. My bad. I didn't realize it was still filtering by Z. Okay. We've resolved that. Okay, so the O's are pretty squared off, actually. So electrolyze is better, actually. Bruh. What are you aligning to? Okay. Kill this. Edit group. Get rid of you. Delete. This was the electrolyze. Oops. Well, I guess we've done that now. All right. Electrolyze was the first. Now I know why everybody's text is like horribly misaligned on the workshop. I understand the pain now. Like fully. I get it. You know what? They should have grid alignment specifically for letters. That would really help. New Dream Game, take a shot every time he says Bush. Yeah, I was kind of playing into it, wasn't I? That looks pretty good on spacing to me. So if I do this, I do advance move, and then I go here. Okay, they do get bigger, and then they spread out. I see. Okay. Zoo should be pretty much that high. So maybe we shrink this down just a smidge, and then we move it up. So that's not sunk into the ground anymore. Somewhere. I guess we just set these so they're like setting on the dirt like that. Maybe that's fine. Okay. And then there should be hedges framing either side of it. that aren't as tall as these ones. So we go back to our bushes. Just want a sign where you can just type an octopus into every individual letter. Yeah, it's crazy to me that that's not a thing too, that you can't just type out full signs. Like Minecraft has that. This game should have that. I don't really like the rhododendrons. This could almost be interesting because it does, like when it places specifically against the other bush and is raised, it's kind of got a right sort of vibe to it, but it's a little too thin. So I don't think that's what I'm looking for. What about this guy? This guy that we clip him into the other bush? That might work. Nope. Sir. About like that? Still got a lot of ground to cover here in the front, actually. I think, let's do this. Are these not part of this group? What group am I in? I want my bushes. Okay. Ah, yes, these are not part of the group, so it's always like finding the group first or whatever. Bush. Nope. Fucking shit. Problem is there's like a bunch of bushes in here. It's a little tough to like find them all. Okay. Yeah, then I want the letters, not that. I want the letters. Oh, the letters are probably part of that group, huh? Shit. Shit and fuck. Yeah, edit group. Split from group. Do I have to click edit every time? Split. Edit. Split. Edit. Split. Duplicate. Let's just do one of these. Why does that want a grin align to the surface? That is V. Sorry, why does that not? Why does that not work? Why does V not actually do anything? That's weird. Planet Coaster and Zoo have it, so there's no excuse for why a sign tool isn't in this one. That is crazy, yeah. If they have it, it's like the tech exists. It's essentially the same engine, ultimately. Like, why exclude it? Maybe it's just something they never got working in time. I feel like that's true for, like, potentially a lot of this game. Is that it's just an expression of, like, here's what we could finish. Okay. So I want to put this light here. Yeah, put the zoo sign about in the middle. Okay, then I want to grab the bushes again and duplicate the bushes. And then just push them back here. Which now makes these ones a little samey. So if we grab these guys and rotate these a bit. Okay. Then maybe we grab the interior part here. And then we just duplicate this to be like right here in the middle. That looks better, I think. It doesn't look so like weird. It kind of messes this up a little bit at least. There's still like some duplication here that's a little annoying. I'm being very picky on some of this, but whatever. Okay, how long are we into this? We're fucking 2 hours into the stream and we don't have a dinosaur yet. God damn. All right. Okay, next step. Now we have a small hedge in front of this that goes across here. Flowering time is probably not it. This one might work. If we make enough of these, maybe. Like if we place a ton of them together. These refuse to turn off any of the snap features. Like, they just don't work. It's really weird. Push the middle one upwards a bit, like in the row of bushes here. Oh god, not that much. Calm down, bushes. Something like that. Yeah. Now it's got a little bit more of like a domed look to it. I think that's a good call. If that's what you meant. Like maybe that works as a base unit. Oops. Sent it to space. It's going to take a lot to fill that gap. I would like a bigger, like an inherently bigger, flatter bush, I think, to fill up this space. Ooh. Wait a second. Bramble bushes. I like the size of those ones. These are pretty good. What if we mix in some of these other ones too, where we can. That one's a little too brambly looking. Got some pieces that stick out the edge a little bit. Okay, let's nope. Let's kill this. Let's take a look at this guy. That's about the right height, because like the zoo sign you actually is kind of concealed. Like like when you see the zoo sign from the road, you actually can't see the bottom part of the Z at all. So I think that's pretty good. That like the height level. By the way, people question the new Turok game is ripping off Monster Hunter. Ooh, interesting. Okay, I'm gonna duplicate this, and then maybe spin it axis for axis, like this. Let's leave that one there. Move that down there a little bit. That looks pretty good, I think. And then like 2 rows of like purple and orange flowers in the front. Gift shop's pretty close to done. You'll upload that, so I got to build one if I don't want to. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Yeah, we'll have to... I'm probably not going to put a lot of effort into like matching the shop styles or anything, so that might be good. Oh, I just deleted all of those. I should probably keep one to copy. Oh no, that still remembers. Okay. So yeah, I guess we just run it past like that, maybe. Okay, that seems... Okay, it's slightly different positioning on the path. But that's probably more of a path problem than anything, I would say. That one's about perfectly aligned. Problem is the snapping point. I mean... It's kind of fine. Problem is now all this here is misaligned. Nice. Actually was able to grab it all. I wasn't sure that was going to work. Oh no, I need the middle. Ugh. Okay. Sure. Now, let me look at the map. Pedestrian entrance. Yeah, this is too narrow. Okay, so the back of this should technically be rounded more. Like, this should be curved more here. This is flat, this is flat, this is flat, and then this is rounded. But that's a little too much. I'm not going to bother with it. I think we'll just connect it across. Kind of call that good. It's not perfect, but it's good enough, I would say. This is kind of bothering me, how much bigger that gap is there than there. Maybe we do this. It's probably the easiest way to align it. All right, yeah. Okay, that works for me, I think. Might have overshot it slightly. Okay. We need those flowers. So, some purple things and some pink things would be the way to go. I'm surprised at how little options there are here for flowers. Like, just some, like, regular-ass flowers feel like they should be in the game. Like these, but more colors. Maybe I just use these. We just put in like a double row. We can leave them like slightly offset and then leave like a deliberate gap as like a stylistic thing. Maybe that's good enough. They are kind of linear at least, so we're kind of working in that way. Again, you stay plant, zoom, coast, you can change most of the flower colors. Odd you can't in this game, yeah. Yeah, now that you pointed out that you can in the other game, it is now even weirder to me that you can't. Again, same engine, missing features. Stop. Get help. Okay, something like that. Okay. Seems all right. Let me look at Street View again real quick one more time. Well, it's not... Now it's not letting me rotate my fucking view. There we go. Yeah, I mean, the bushes should be a good deal higher than the flowers overall. The flowers are very sparse. So maybe... Did I put these... Are these in the thing? Hold on. No. That's the bush. There we go. Can't tell what I have and what I don't have. No, don't do that. Why is it so hard to click on just the flowers? Okay. Okay. Now, if we lower them down, maybe that would look a little more like what it's supposed to, except for the fact that we missed part of them. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're just going to undo. How does that... Okay, listen. How did that one piece get left behind? Asking questions. All right. So if we do it like that, maybe that looks more like it should. It's a little weird having them clip so far into the ground, but it's kind of the vibe it should have. Like, you should see these are like very much discreetly planted flowers with the dirt, like the soil showing around them. So like this kind of is the vibe it should be. It's a little hard to grab though. So let's do this. Let's do a duplicate rather than moving the original. That way we still have one there for reference. Scale them down. Yeah, maybe that's the way to do it. Good shout. The problem is, like, the width of the two rows is kind of what I wanted already. Maybe about that size is the way to go. Slightly embedded in the ground and slightly smaller. There should be like a grab next in under cursor type object thing. Like the flowers are the hardest thing here to click on, and it's really annoying. Wait, does it actually cycle? No. I thought for a moment there it was cycling. This might be good enough. I think I'm okay with this. Is there a set animal list for the park? I have a flexible list, let's say. So yes, I have a list of animals that I'm considering for the park, and they may not all make it in depending on how things turn out. Like space-wise and like plan-wise. So yeah. I guess I gotta place you first. And then let me duplicate when I was hovering over that one. One of these. That one placed itself a little higher. Shit. Let's just undo. Maybe we leave that one piece alone. Come on, you can do it. Find the flowers. Yeah, let's just take two of these. Duplicate these and move them down. The whole thing needs to also be like realigned because the whole thing is kind of off kilter. So let's do this. Wait, did I grab that other piece? I can't fucking tell. No. Yeah, the alignment, the rotation's all kinds of weird. But, like, that's fine, actually, for planted flowers like this. So this guy's got to move, specifically this one has to move in. So that the second row is a little further along the edge of the planter, like that. I know there's a gap, I'm just getting a vibe for it. I'm gonna say JW Iguanodon can straight up make it look like a zebra. That might be... That's an option. I was thinking Dominion Iguanodon has big horse vibes. And this zoo specifically has a couple of wild horses from like Mongolia or something. So Myasora was I was thinking for a zebra, but zebras also are not currently on display in this zoo. Oops. No, undo. So that's another slight issue. Okay, am I just fine with this? Am I going to bother making any changes to the flowers here? I think this is fine. We could do, this is a little, let's move this one further so that's not like that one specifically thick strip of flowers. Yeah, that way there's like a better distribution of flower thickness. I think I'm pretty okay with that. All right. And then let's blueprint this. Not with these, please. Wait, that one's still in there? Wait, I can't tell what I'm looking at. Fucking. Urgh. Not with that, please. Actually, should I include the hedge, maybe? Let's just do the middle piece. Okay, I think we're good. Yes. Create group, 1. 2, make blueprint. Create new. Smithsonian Zoo entry planter. A rough version. Just click on it and see it. No need to watch it. Just tell me it's a JWE3 vid. Why would I watch it? What is it? Just tell me. I'm not going to click on it. Not in the middle of stream. Rough version of a plan of the entrance planter for the Smithsonian Zoo in DC. Add tags. No, I'm good. Thank you. Create and upload. It's the U.S. Presidents Obama, Trump, and Biden playing JWE3. Yeah, I don't need to see that. I'm good, thank you. All right. Statues not included. Statues, hedges not included. Okay. Upload to workshop. This should be a better picture. Can I... There should be an option to like redo the picture here. Fuck it. I'm just going to upload it. I don't care. I don't care if the picture's bad. We should have done it like this. This would have been the better look. But, whatever. Alright, so... Back to the actual park entrance. So this, like, bit here kind of loops around. Yeah, so we'll do like this. And then maybe I just guess where the center part is because it doesn't really matter that much. Let's do it like from here. Okay. Cool. Yes. So, great. Now, if I do bushes, or trees, I mean. Okay, so the trees know enough not to cover the road. Mostly. They mostly don't cover the road. You know, I don't give a shit about hybrids, but if there was one Chaos Effect hybrid I'd like to see in the game, what would it be? Just curious. Probably the Ultimasaurus, honestly. The only hybrids I give a shit about are the Chaos Effect ones, because that is my childhood. I would, unironically, I would prefer the Kenner hybrids over the film ones, I think. I mean, definitely the film ones have more, like, purpose actually being in the game. So I'm not saying they actually should do that. I would never expect them to. Why is it changing? Weird. But yeah. Okay, so this path, like, kind of goes through the woods a little bit, and then... What color was this path? I don't remember. Can I have... Let's find some Smithsonian Zoo pictures that people have taken when they're inside the park. Because it looks like the path color changes past the initial loop. Oh yeah, we're missing the big sign in the back. I forgot the banners. Man, there's a lot of pictures of like the zoo sign, but it's really hard to see what is happening right beyond it. I don't remember myself if the path, like what the path looked like. I wasn't like memorizing these sort of details when I was there. What if I searched Smithsonian Zoo path? Do we think we could find just a picture of the goddamn path? You know what? We kind of can. It's hard to tell, but it is kind of like another like different path type back a little ways. So maybe it should be more of a like this one, but without this colorization. Like we go back to the more of the original color. Can I get the original reset? Yes. Something like that. Maybe when it's inside, that's completely horribly off-center, but you know. What if I do... Okay. I really do want to get this park like open for business today to know like whether or not it's even going to function as like if people are going to even show up. I hate the path connection. Like, why does it do this shit? Like, what the fuck? What is this? The second you add another path, it just loses its goddamn mind. Maybe we don't change the path color because the connections of the path look like dog shit when you do change color. So I think I'm just going to keep it like this. So yeah, maybe... Yeah, it's essentially impossible to get that to actually grab itself. Huh. Okay, let's grab a banner of some kind. Yeah, like these lagoon banners. Aviary banner. What else do we got? Are those the only ones that are like that? No, we have this. This is pretty good. It's about aligned. Height-wise. Looks a little off-center to me still. Maybe there? I think I went a little too far. Yeah. All right, I think that's good. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break and then we'll continue. If the park is supposed to be having guests and they mechanically present, you should be able to see them. Yeah, it's kind of annoying that they just glitch out a bunch. It's really weird. I think we should introduce the park entrance into the video at least. All right, well, I know this video's only been 2 minutes long, but on stream it's been 2 hours and 45 minutes, and this is what I've built. So this is the kind of the street that cuts through Washington, D.C. in front of the actual zoo. There's like a line of hedges along the sidewalk. And then the actual park entrance, you can walk in on foot, and it's got these like lion statues on either side. And then there's like this zoo sign that literally just says zoo. Just that's it, just zoo, with like a banner behind it. And then like there'll be turnstiles and stuff like back here, or like ticket booths or whatever. And then you get into the zoo proper. And across the street, there's like, this is like right in the middle of town. So there's like a, you know, a strip of buildings and some other stuff. So what we've done is we've gone ahead and thrown our amenities here inside of this building here, which I stole off the workshop and made some edits to. This is like an L-shaped plaza building. It's supposed to be kind of a strip mall type thing. So I basically just chopped off one L, patched up the holes in the walls, and then I stripped out the building. This was used to just be a simple attraction. I stripped out the attraction. I put a set of amenities and an entrance in here. That way we'll see the guests theoretically. If the game decides to work, we'll see the guests actually walk across the crosswalk to enter the zoo. Big if. I have no idea if any of this is going to work because of how much modular stuff is like in the way of where the guests are theoretically spawning from. Right? We've seen much simpler park entrances completely bug out and make it impossible for guests to spawn, unfortunately. Now, I really, really hope this works. Because if it doesn't, it really loses part of the vibe. But either way, this is what it's going to look like. So I need to get some other basic stuff in here so that we can at least start making dinosaurs and figure out if the entrance is even going to work. All right, so now the video is almost 5 minutes long. Whee! So we're going to flatten more in this direction. And then I also want to do, put some trees and bushes and shit in. Sorry, tree. Because there should be like, it should be pretty wooded, like right up to the edge here, basically. Oops. Okay, that one didn't place, actually. That's fine. Wasn't going to be happy with it anyway. Oh, because it went into the group edit. That's why it got weird. So, like, one tree is part of this, like, hedge group now. Yeah. Goofy. Foliage. Actually, we can probably just use the... Yeah, the biome dynamic. I guess we could use these for the flowers, huh? That would have worked. That's probably enough vegetation. Some low-lying bushes would be good to, like, fill in the gaps, but, like, nothing here. Everything is tiny or big. There's not, like, a good, in between. Maybe some of these, like, rhododendrons can be in there. Sure. Probably call that good, I guess. Okay, so... So the visitor center is right past the zoo sign. So I think I'm going to use literally a Jurassic Park Visitor Center for this. We're just going to sub it straight in. So that'll go like here, essentially. Thinking about if I wanted to make any other corrections to like alignment or anything here. I think it's pretty good. Let's do this. I think I should start cutting these episodes shorter. Because, like, we're really struggling to get content out in these episodes during a single stream. Maybe I do, like, 30-minute episodes on YouTube instead. I wish there was a good way to get the rotation here, like, better. Maybe we do, maybe we just connect it like this. Try to follow the outline, like that. Okay. Yeah, sure. That should be fine. I always loved the JP style building. Me too. It's definitely my favorite aesthetic. I think my favorite aesthetics are like JP followed by the Biosyn stuff. As much as I dislike Dominion, like they got the Biosyn aesthetic correct for what they were going for that like schmarmy fucking Silicon Valley amoral tech giant type shit. It has a good vibe to it. All right. So that's our main visitor center area. Ooh, how am I doing on cash here? 2 million. That's probably fine. I should have probably reset before I put like the visitor center, but we built some other stuff, so like who fucking cares? Should be a bathroom here, like in the visitor center theoretically. We could put it next to it off to the side. But then there's the Asia Trail starts right across from the visitor center. What is this marking? This is marking bike rack. Okay. So maybe we do. Now, do I want a custom restroom of some kind, or do we just want to go with, like, just a JP bathroom or something? There also should probably be a path that continues to extend that way. Because it looks like there's the connection to the Africa Trail, which is under renovation, that comes off of the visitor center from the side. So maybe we do that, and then we do the bathroom, like here, like that. That might be a good way to handle it. Then we'll put a backup power generator just over here behind it all somewhere. We need the expedition buildings too, actually. This is, yeah, this is just a control center in this, right? Yeah. What dino I got? What's the build theme? We have no dinosaurs. We've been streaming for almost 3 hours. This is all we have for the park. We're building the Smithsonian Zoo from Washington, D.C.
Working with Cabot, I'm more
just
wary
canceling
about
that.
delegating tasks than I'd like to be.
Didn't realize I was on
However,
pause.
I trust you with this one.
Shut up, Kira.
Please don't make me regret
up!
that.
We're building the Smithsonian Zoo from Washington, D.C., but it's a dinosaur zoo. So we've built the entrance. We built the road, we built the crosswalk, we built the section of the mall across from it, which is our entrance and our amenities, and then, yeah, the hedge along the sidewalk, the statues, and the little entrance planter. That's it. That's all we got done. I am pretty happy with it, though. Yeah, this is pretty cool, I think. I don't know if I can keep up this level of quality for the full park, because I'm losing my mind. But, you know. All right, what do we do about the Expedition Center and the Research Center? Because these don't really have analogous, like, positions for the real park. Like, there is actually objectively a visitor center in the park, right? But there is not, like... You would think there's got to be, like employee buildings. Like, where would those be? Are they just not on this map? Maybe we need the satellite view. Maybe that's the problem. Because, like, where do they handle, like, any, like, animal stuff? Do I want your zoo restroom on the workshop? Yeah, let's look at that, actually. Hold on. Is there a way... My favorites. No creations found. Oh, I guess I've favorited nothing, apparently. If I search you, do I find you? You use your same name, right? No. My installs. Can I find it quickly this way? Oh god, there's so much. I had something from you before, right? I'm not mixing things up. This is a lot. Literally called Simple Zoo Restroom. Okay. Maybe it's easier to just search because, yeah. Well, the problem is if I search like, hey, there's my entryway. If I search like Simple Zoo Restroom. Okay, I'm missing the M. Oh, that's as many letters as it lets me put in. But yeah, that finds everything with all of these. Is it new? Like, when did you make it? It's yellow? Okay. Yeah, there's 168 pages. What if we just do simple? 125 pages. Dear Lord. Okay, zoo? 45 pages. That's a little bit better. There's a pyramid. Oh, I found it. We got it. Okay, that does have a good zoo vibe. I do like that. That does look like a zoo restroom very much. Let's do one of these and do one of these. I wish they had like the capability to follow people. Like why is that not a thing? Being able to directly follow people and just see like what they upload and shit. All right, well now I've favorited that so I can at least find you easier in the future. Let's use that and replace the JP bathroom with that. Probably do a stream when I uninstall shit. Yes, we need to prune the list. Definitely. Especially after the shitpost park, it's completely out of control. Case in point, look how many bathrooms there are. Now the question is, with this little like area next to the bathroom, do I want the bathroom to be like this way? Or do I want it to be like that way? What if we prune this one because it's in this corner? Right? Maybe we just not to like, you know, chop your thing up too badly, but maybe we kill this part. Just specifically because this one is in the corner, right? Of this pathway. We'll use the full thing when we put these in somewhere else, but just for this one. Oops. Yeah, maybe we move that slightly over. Oh, that's still, yeah, it doesn't get too happy if I get too far. There we go. I did miss one bench. You forgot all the side shit on it? Is that you forgot that was there when you uploaded it, or you forgot when you were describing it for the park? It's still good. We could definitely leave the side shit on in other areas, but yeah, this is perfect. Okay. We'll do the paved path. I hate this shit too. Like, why did that curve so much there? Like, whatever dynamic path generation border shit they're doing doesn't work very good. Okay. Yeah. So we were looking at the Google Maps to see if we can love those drinking fountains you found to incorporate into the middle section. Ah, nice. So these are somebody's customs. Yeah, that does definitely help with the restroom vibe. I didn't even really notice that. All right. So yeah, I don't know like where any backlot shit would actually be in this park. Oh shit, I just figured out that you can actually see internal pictures on okay, this is very funny. Hold on, I got to show this on stream. Okay, so I figured out on Google Maps you can actually see these little like markers that mark pictures people have uploaded for the area they're at in the park. And I clicked on this one at random, right? And so I got jump scared. I was looking around, I was like, this looks nice and normal. And then I did this. What the fuck? Terrifying. But I guess it's because it's like a three-dimensional, like a 360 panorama that for whatever reason their like hand and sleeve is like captured in here. So I can actually theoretically, okay, most of these are along like the exhibits, but here's one. That's, oh my God. Okay, this is like the middle of the night at Christmas. This is not very useful. Master Hand got some mittens. Sure. So unfortunately, yeah, there's like no pictures anybody's taken along the visitor center, which makes sense. It's a zoo. People want to see the animals. This looks like backlot stuff here, maybe. Or is this just like, no, this is like a back section for the elephants, I think. Maybe. We could make that back lot, but it's kind of deep in the park. It's not very useful for what I need, which is this just an area to put our backlot buildings. Maybe here, because there is some stuff back here. Oh, that's a parking lot. Okay, I think I'm just going to cram it behind our visitor center for now. And then maybe we move it when we have more park built up. Finding outside photos of the gift shops are referenced and interior as hell. I can imagine. Like I that's why part of why I'm not going to bother with trying to match a lot of the shops specifically as much as the overall layout. So I think definitely for the Science Center Expedition Center, like we just put these in. I'm not going to worry about the aesthetic vibe of these. So much, oops. I messed all my rotation up. So I'm thinking I'm just going to tuck this right here. Give me a Jurassic Park Science Center. Wait, wait, what? This is what the Jurassic Park Science Center looks like since when? I swear I've never seen this in my life. I might use one of the customs because that's a rather gaudy. Maybe this one. Just something random. I mean, something random that's not, like, ridiculous. I don't think that matches the JP vibe at all, if I'm being honest. I don't really like this building. think we'll just merge it basically like right here with the back of these. Maybe even like perfectly in line like that. Like the dust to clear. Thank you! Dust! Leave me, dust. Please, go away. Okay. Yeah, I don't really like that so much. It's a little gross. Let's do... I mean, it's not flickering, at least. Maybe I'm okay with it. I mean, we're going to move these anyway. Let's not get overly picky here. That actually kind of worked. Shockingly decently. Okay. Maybe this just goes like here. Now, we need a shelter somewhere as well. And then we need, like, probably want to put in, like, the turnstiles and shit. There's, like, little stands and stuff here by, like, the visitor center. I can probably just slap in a shelter and call it good. Like, right across from it. Well, that's where the trail should really come off for the other thing. So maybe slightly down like this. Let's do this. This whole boulevard should actually be thicker too, though, actually. So let's not exactly do that. Just be normal. Do that. Let's do one over on the side, and then another one over on this side. Okay. Yeah, I just never realized they, like, changed the science building on me at some point. I just don't know when that happened. God damn it. Trying to get this to, like, make any sense is unfortunately rather gross. Why is that? Okay. Probably should have made this whole thing thicker before I put in the visitor center off on this part of it, but, like, I think this looks fine, so I'm not going to complain about it. I'm just going to probably call that good. even though it's not exactly how it ought to be, maybe. Also, maybe do this. Sure. Gross. Nope. Damn it. Somewhere it'll work. Okay, good enough. Good enough. All right, then this cross piece here. I have not given myself enough path to align that. Okay. Down to $1 million, don't have any animals to show for it. Yeah, I'm not... I'm probably just going to reset the cache at some point, but it's fine. This is not a very strenuous, difficult park build. Not intended to be. Generally, anything I spend a lot of time doing, like, decorative shit on, I don't really want to, like, lose because I didn't make the right amount of money or something. So we had a few little, like, carts and stuff. There's too much shit. I don't remember what any of these would have been called. There's like a cotton candy thing. Is there not? Am I stupid? Oh, it might be an amenity. Whimsical popcorn peddler. I kind of want like a... like one of those proper... not like a food truck, but like a food stand, right? Do we have... we should have something, I would think. Food carts. Yeah. Can I have the fog go away, please? Okay, thank you. Maybe we put this guy like here. And then we put a little bit of path filling in this gap if we can. Yeah. We'll have to get some more like decorations in here, maybe fill this up a little bit more along the fringes, but like we're getting somewhere. I do want to get the park actually doing something soon though, so that's why I don't want to spend too much time like decorating everything there. Maybe we just have this like connect to here and that's kind of a thing. We can have this little like inward dip. Like that. Oh, that's gross. That didn't work at all. What if we do... we can do this, maybe. We do... that? Why is it so weird? What is this? Why is it different on each side? I guess it's already weird here anyway. Unpleasant. This should work better. This, like, the path border is so janky. Do I just leave it? Do I just, like, give up? It looks worse when you're on the path tool, I will say. Yeah, maybe I can live with that when I'm looking at it like this. You don't actually get the highlight. I still don't know why it's, like, different, but... okay, there was on the workshop some, like, turnstiles. Also, I don't know what our first animal is going to even be yet. Maybe these. I don't even think it was really like a proper turnstile, though. It was something more like this. Let's take a look at this guy, this simple entrance plaza. Maybe we can edit it a little bit to fit the vibe more if we don't think it does it. Honestly, that's not bad. Now, the problem I would see is, do we think there's any way the guests can actually pass through this in any way? I like the booths. Like, the ticketing booths are fantastic. I do want to use this, I think. I just think it needs to be, we probably need to monkey with it. It's not that bad already. Okay, so maybe I really do just like kind of align it more or less and go from there. So like we do this, right? Okay, first off, it's slightly hovering. Hard to tell exactly what level it's supposed to be at, but maybe that's the level? Yeah. Okay. Now. The rusty fence doesn't really match the vibe as much. Psittacosaurus in place of red panda or Ornithomimus in place of the ostrich. So here's what I'm thinking. Ornithomimus goes in place of the greater Rhea or however the fuck you say that emu imitator's name. And for the ostrich, I'm inclined to use Struthiomimus, given that it's the ostrich mimic. Ostensibly, both birds are in the park, although the ostriches are not on display. For Psittacosaurus, I'm thinking actually using it as a placeholder for the lemur, because there's a lemur exhibit that's fairly iconic in my mind for the park. It's a lemur island, so I want to do lemur island. So I want to pick kind of the smallest herbivores to populate it, which will be Psittaco and Micro, for the two different varieties of lemur that are in that exhibit, IRL. So that's what I'm thinking. So I think this is really good. So I think we just kind of, we doctor it a little bit. I'm going to strip out the rusty fence. I appreciate the vibe they're going for with the fence, but it don't match. It don't match our aesthetic. This gate here was actually really cool too. I really like the effort put into this. It's a really good decoration. Like the keep out sign and everything is great. And then I'm thinking maybe we kill this cross part here. So there's just kind of this like walkway and like this thing stays, but then like there's an open area. What about Homalocephaly Island? Well, the thing is there's two varieties of lemur. So if I do Homalocephaly, I could do two like varieties of it, but it would still feel a little strange to me. Plus I had a different animal as Homalocephaly, which was Prairie dogs, I was thinking might be homelocephaly because there's also a prairie dog exhibit. Wow, that's a lot of pieces to make that. Yeah, like maybe I keep this fence here for that like cross piece there. Oh, that's your gift shop? Okay. I can probably just find it through your page now that I have that saved. You know what? Maybe you remind me of the gift shop next time because we already have a small amenity in here. And we can add it when we need to add more. Okay, I think I like this for the entrance. I think this is good. Maybe this won't interfere with guests. Just figure red pandas are pretty iconic. Well, I don't know if there are any red pandas in this zoo either. That's part of the problem. Oh, there might be. Meet the animals, searching panda. Yeah, there's no red pandas. There's only giant pandas. Show off exhibit. Ah, the red pandas are not currently on exhibit. I wonder why. This has turned out to be one of your favorite parks. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear the efforts paying off. It would suck if we spent all this time designing just like the entrance and it was dog shit. Yeah, if Sinosauropteryx was in the game, I would use it for like a red panda or a lemur 100%, even ignoring the difference in diet. Because it would just be too appropriate in terms of like patterning, but unfortunately it's not there. All right, so I think this I'm happy with this. So, including the African Trail because it's got a lot of interesting animals, potentially. Oviraptors are going to be a stand-in for cassowaries. They both have head crests. It's like perfect, I think. And there's a cassowary exhibit in this zoo. Yudi is a placeholder for panda. I want to keep the animals small so it feels like a real zoo. So I don't think we're going to have anything as big as a Eutyrannus in the park. I think Cryolophosaurus is going to be our largest animal. For pandas, I was thinking... Oh no, panda is going to be the biggest animal. Because I was actually thinking Dinochirus has a panda vibe. And you can make a black and white Dinochirus. I forgot I made this change. Stream is really wonky for you. In what way? Now, if we do the Asian walk, what animals are we going to put in that? So the Asian trail, the leopards, Chasmos give good rhino vibes. Yeah, there's no rhinos in this zoo either. I've been deliberating a little bit over what to use for the elephant stand-in. Because I think using ceratopsians for stand-ins for like bovine makes a lot of sense. Audio keeps glitching out and it breaks up the footage. Weird. I don't know if that would be... It might be a U problem. You might need to reload the page or something maybe, I don't know. Went really far back when you rejoined. Okay, that's strange. Yeah, if anybody else is having any weird behavior with the stream, you can let me know. I don't know what I can do about it. I don't have too many other options. Edmono would be a good elephant stand-in, like size-wise. Yeah, maybe. I was definitely thinking like the hadrosaurs to me feel like horses. So I was thinking like zebras and this Przewalski's horse being hadrosaurs. And then I was thinking, yeah, like Loki Ceratops in place of like bison or something, or like wildebeest or whatever. Then for like deer and antelopes, that would be like Dryo, Hypsilophodon. And so like I was kind of thinking like maybe an elephant stand should be a Thyreophoran, even though the spikes don't scream elephant. There's like nothing really matches a Thyreophoran in terms of modern animals, unless you make like a like a turtle into an ankylosaur, which is kind of crazy. So I could see. I've been considering like maybe Sauropelta. Like if you look at Sauropelta backwards, it's an elephant, right? He's got a long, narrow tail. It's like a long, narrow trunk. Otherwise, Nasutoceratops or Lokiceratops, because they have the paired horns that are like tusked, kind of. If we had a small sauropod, I would 100% use a small sauropod for the elephants. I think like Nigersaurus would be a really good elephant stand-in. Should we make the birdhouse into a pterosaur aviary? Yep, that's what we're doing. We're gonna make the birdhouse into an aviary. Maybe even two, because there are kind of some separate aviaries in this zoo. So yeah, the Asia Trail. We could do the leopards. I could jump straight to the elephant exhibit, which is also kind of near the front, or the pandas. I'm also thinking the African trail might be good to start with because I'm probably going to do like a little mixed safari exhibit because they aren't actually like there's no map for like the Africa Trail because it's being renovated. So we can kind of make our own park for that part of it. Maybe we should just do that. That would be like like a warthog, an ostrich, a zebra, and an antelope. That'd be like 4 animals. So we could do like Dryo, Maya, Struthi, Proto. Did this zoo actually have warthogs, or was I just like making that up? No, I think I was making that up. Maybe it was something else. Red River Hog. Somewhere I saw a list of animals for the Africa Trail. Let me try to find that. I'm 100% set on Oviraptor as cassowary. I mean, you could do like a small raptor as a cassowary too, because of the claw, but like Oviraptor screams cassowary to me. Most of like the smaller birds I'm probably just gonna not use. Cheetah, kudu, zebra, vulture, and some other stuff. Okay. I thought I saw a larger list. Somewhere. What is an adax? An antelope, okay. That's just pulling from that page. Meet the animals. Yeah, I guess that's... Okay, this must be the full thing. Okay, so wildebeests, warthogs. Okay, this is the list. Yeah. It's mountain zebras, addaxes, ostriches, grevy zebras, nyalas, blue wildebeest, secretary birds, warthogs, griffin vultures, Sitatungas, oryx gazelles, red river hogs, abyssin ground hornbills, and lesser kudu. Okay. So I like Protoceratops as a hog. I think that's like really, that feels correct to me. Protoceratops feels like a warthog between the quills, and I could just see it rooting around in the ground for like vegetables and shit. It just gives me big warthog vibes. I think we're gonna start with the Africa exhibit then, and we're actually gonna just go for the full safari, like mixed enclosure that's gonna be there. It also means we can kind of just start building it. We don't have to have it be perfect because it's not replicating anything. And I do want to start changing the terrain height now too as we like go down here. So if I do, let's do if we do a dynamic ramp from like way the fuck back here. Interesting. Can I do a dynamic ramp from all the way downtown? Not quite, but close. I can almost do it from that far. Oops. Completely lost my spots. I don't want to fill in the gap myself. I think we'll just do it like this. Okay. And we'll make further adjustments to this terrain. This is just so we have just something to start with for the way the zoo slopes down as you go deeper into it. But then I'm thinking we're just going to have the hatchery be here. It makes a lot of sense to have it go into like the primary exhibit. So how do I want to do that? Let's do more dynamic ramp from over here. Oops. Oh my god. Okay. Let me look at the map. So the Africa Trail is just kind of box shaped. It like curves inward and then loops a little bit out and around, essentially. So let's continue this down. Maybe this far. And then this will connect to it as well. So, whoops, I opened my other web browser. Close it, please, before it lags everything. Oh, God. Okay, so this bends in. So this is like a V shape, very loosely, before it connects to like this. So something kinda... like that. Maybe I just go from the end of this piece. We just have it come out like this and then loop over here somewhere. How do I feel about something like that? It's really sharp, actually. Like the curve. It's really not a curve. Like, it really is kind of a V. Like something like that. Sure. And this probably... Actually, let's do it a little smaller. Let's kill a bit of this. So we'll do it like this. Do it like this. And then we'll have this come over like here somewhere, like this. Okay, and then this... Yeah, because like this should be kind of... This branch should be like basically in line with the visitor center, so I think that's fine. We could put some more stuff in here later. And then this loops out and around. So maybe like this, and then out and around somewhere like this. And then it comes back kind of like this. It is... Yeah, a little wider on the top overall, maybe. Before it comes back in somewhere over there, kind of. So maybe that's what we try and fill in. Have I heard of Beasts of the Mesozoic? I have. I'm aware. Okay, now the next thing to consider here is this should curve. So this path should start curving towards the Africa Trail and then away from it after it goes past it. So maybe we do a little bit of this. And then after that point, it takes a sharp curve down the hill this way. And then as we have to size this, we'll make it a little bit bigger. Well, this park have a cheetah equivalent. Here's the problem. There's both cheetahs and cloud leopards. And I don't know what to use for both of... Like I don't know how to do both of them. Yellow and black Herrerasaurus is a really good cheetah/leopard stand-in. And I don't have a second alternative, really. I think curves like that. That's pretty okay to start with. Maybe we want this to be a little further out here. Just a smidge. So that it can like come like that a little bit more. But yeah, the cheetah would be like right here in the front of the Africa Trail. Like, I'm pretty sure when I was there, the cheetah was actually visible. Like, it's not formally on display, but, like, its exhibit was still visible from the main trail, because it's, like, right in the corner. Something like that. Getting this to, like, align is going to be bad. I guess we did it like this. Maybe we make the T. And then we have it connect. Yeah, this is not actually the middle, is it? No. Because this like corner piece has gotten it to be a little weird. Okay, let's do this. If we kill... No. Wait, what happened to the middle piece? Maybe it's underneath that other path? That's definitely not the middle. What the fuck did I do here? How did I make this path? Okay, we'll do that. Oh, I think I actually just didn't put in a middle piece, did I? Nope. I guess I must have not had the full T-junction. I don't remember how I made that connection, how I made this path previously, because it doesn't look like that. I guess we do this. We do T, But then we just use that to try and guide this to connect with the correct curve, essentially. Oh my god, please. Like that. Essentially. I'm getting hungry. Alright. That's gonna have to do for that. Why in the... Okay. Why did that stretch so far? The fuck? Let's go from here, maybe? Oh, God. Alright. It's not going to be very cooperative. Troodons have spots? Yeah, maybe we could do Troodon. The leopards, I'm pretty sure, they're cloud leopards, so if I remember correctly, they're smaller. They're a smaller leopard. So that might work pretty well anyway. Oh my god. Okay, we're just gonna... This is just gonna be a nightmare of crisscrossing shit right here. Because with this curve, I can't get this better. I'm just gonna try and have it be, you know, properly filled in. So hopefully it doesn't look like a complete nightmare. Okay. Why are you like that? I don't know why it really wants to bend outward there. It's really weird. Cloud leopards are slightly smaller than a medium-sized dog. They're pretty small. Yeah, so maybe Troodon is good then. I wanted Guanlong in the park, but I actually didn't really find a good candidate for an animal to be Guanlong. So I don't have it on the list right now. I also kind of didn't want us to keep using the same, like, you know, handful of good animals. So I didn't use it for that. We could go a little straighter on this section, I guess, because it's kind of janky. Actually, let's do this. This is just not working. For whatever reason. Maybe we delete this. Continue like that. Okay, well that is not being very cooperative. All right, we can have it narrow a little bit as it goes down the hill, I guess. That's probably fine. That's probably not even, like, wrong in terms of, like, the real park, maybe. What are you going to replace the Camarasaurus in the museum with? What do you... What? Camarasaurus? I could just leave these, because once we get a higher tier of path, these will merge together naturally. And trying to connect these up to be anything on the curve really sucks. So maybe I just need to stop trying so hard on this. And we just kind of roll with it. It really likes that curve. It's really weird. All right, I'm probably just gonna leave it like that for now. We'll tinker with this later. This is enough to at least get this enclosure going. All right, so we'll do a park hatchery. Why not? I'm feeling the corner spot here, like it matches kind of the curve. It's going to be weird with the height map. So maybe we flatten this first. And then we adjust it, the rest of the slope to fix it up around it. This thing is so big. I did a weird thing. Okay. Probably want to make this a little longer too, I'm thinking. Now that I like have the hatchery in there to like look at, right? Definitely not going to be a big enclosure. Yeah, I mean, there's... What do we have for population numbers here? What do I know? I thought I had the numbers for the zebra. But I mean, like, most animals in the zoo have, like, you know, 6 members in a herd, if that, right? So I think we're definitely going to expand it further down this way. Even if just a little bit. Terrain too steep. Fight me. Okay, and this should link back up to the main path. Essentially, maybe kind of a T. It's underneath a map icon, so I can't really tell exactly how it links up. So we could have this, like, start to curve back now, maybe? And then this just comes in, like, here. Dude, multi-layered paths are really, really awful when you get a curve involved. Shit sucks. This shit fucking sucks. Do the Mimosaurs need fairly large areas for their size and rating? Yeah. But we're probably not going to have too many in, right? Maybe if we do... Like, why is it so janky, you know? I guess it's because this one's already moving inward a little bit that it gets weird. I could just connect it, like, straight over, essentially. Fuck. This is really annoying. Yeah, also, like, as you move it, the curve, like, adjusts. There's, like, that snap right there where it suddenly bows outward. Like, why does it do that? That's also, it's, like, almost correct. Damn it. And then it does that shit. That's pretty good. Okay, I can live with that. Okay. How am I going to make this work with the hatchery here? That's the problem. I think just Struthy and Proto is going to have to fill the enclosure. Yeah, I don't know. It's certainly possible. Let me try to figure out how many zebras there are supposed to be in here. So there's one mountain zebra from what I remember. Yeah, there's one mountain zebra named Yipes. And there's, I think... I don't know how many of the other zebras they have. How do you train a zebra? Maybe there's just 2 zebras, one of each variety? So we might just do the 2 zebras. So they are probably the largest animal that's going in the pen, right? I hate building sloped enclosures too, because the water is always a little weird. Do you think we should eventually do a challenge mode where we disable babies growing up? I mean, that's what this park is a disabled babies growing up park. Maybe we do a flat section at the bottom, right? We like flatten out to here. Like this. And then this is where our watering hole is, kind of, so to speak. We're going to try this. Let's get a viewing gallery in here too. So I'm thinking here for the viewing gallery, probably. Maybe here is better. You know what? Let's flatten this whole bit here out too. We'll start the slope down there slightly more. Oops. That's supposed to be smoothing. Like I'm thinking kind of like right off of this. Oh, maybe like right off of that path. That kind of looks appropriate. Sure. Alright, so this comes here and that comes there. That's going to be a little awkward. I don't hate that. Having a little curve at the end is okay, I think. Now, theoretically, part of this should be the cheetah exhibit. But I want to try and make sure that we can get the other stuff working first. You're thinking of doing a Jurassic Park style wetlands park, not as a challenge for me, but just a creative sandbox park you want to do in the future. Could be fun. Okay, I'm going to start building the rest of this from the other side now, I think. Let's maybe smooth this out a little bit more here. Or maybe even flatten this further over. I really should have ate more before I streamed, but I didn't think... I mean, I should have considered this going to like midnight, but I didn't think I'd be that hungry. Alright, well... Oh my god, fuck you. You click the thing sometimes and it doesn't register. Case in point. Okay. Okay. We can do better. Maybe we start here, go a little bit there, and then we go around like that. I think that's okay. Oh my god, we have 100K left. Okay. We're resetting cache. Okay. All right, so here's what we're trying for our first exhibit. I have just reset cache. This is the Africa Trail, and this is going to be kind of a safari style sort of exhibit where the different species from the Africa Trail are displayed together, the different herbivores. Now, this is a first draft, right? We got to try and make this exhibit house the animals it needs to house, and then we decorate it only once we know that it's going to work, right? I'm not going to invest a bunch of time decorating this to have it be too small, because that's probably too small, but we'll find out. Let's look at the research tree. Now, we are not using modded difficulty settings. This is the base game star rating stuff. We are using the first draft of my research tree mod, which makes the research tree more difficult. So we've got like increased requirements for medicine and like a bunch of the other little changes we've been talking about in the video and on the stream, including the expanded dig site selection stuff here. One change I did make specifically for this park build is we're going to do humble on everything, basically starting like right away, which is, am I blind? Confined space. Yes, it's the bird. I couldn't remember. Confined space. I did nerf the... I made the requirements stricter. I just removed the prerequisite for this park. So this is the 3 and 12 is harder than base game. That is what I want this to be in the difficulty mod. But it unlocking right away is the specific change made here. So theoretically, right now I want 12 genetics, because I would like to do this before we put a single animal into the park. That might be too much to ask for, judging by the spread of scientists. So I'm going to grab you, because we'll need you. And then to unlock Myosora, which I think we're going to do for our first animal, we're going to start with zebras. That's already good to go. So let's get that. And then we can grab other scientists later when we need them. So yeah. I guess I should also highlight the additional expansion here to the front of the park. We got some little turnstiles and like ticket booths that I've edited that we found in the workshop. This whole thing is like one workshop decoration. And then I stripped out some parts of it that didn't fit aesthetically with our build and like opened it up a little bit for more of a walkway. And then we're going with just a Jurassic Park Visitor Center in place of the Visitor Center from the real zoo. And we put our backlot buildings here behind it. And we put the shelter and this custom bathroom over here. Just kind of in this like open area where they have like a lot of like little stands and stuff. And we've got just this one little decorative food cart to start with, but we'll expand more on this later. We just invested a lot of time decorating or generating the exhibit part here, like the front entrance. So I didn't want to like build all this up as well. It's getting pretty late. Catch you later, Mutasaurus. Thanks for coming by. So, yeah, we can get the expedition going now for Maya, the good mother herself. And maybe while that is happening, we can think about how to approach the scientists. I think I should really just make the push for Humble. I'm willing to like reset the cash flow if we bottom out here in the beginning, because this isn't that kind of park. I just wanted to put the research mod in just to have it. But like, I'm not gonna... It's still sandbox, right? We can just reset the economy at will. And I am just probably going to do that. Faster extraction... I could take you... How many can we put on Humble? 5, okay. I mean... let's grab... Where'd she go? Here, you. And then we'll wait a little bit. We'll have her do the fossils and stuff, and then we'll grab the rest after that. Yeah, 8 minutes for new ones. All right, here's our first batch. I suppose the other thing to consider is like, you know, how much is it going to take to like actually finish the Myosora? This is 67% only if we have that one in there. So that's another consideration. I think we should probably just go 100 genome on this. Which is also going to take time and money, and we're going to be bleeding while that happens. I think I'm just going to go whole hog. We're going to do 100% genome, we're going to do Humble, and we're not going to worry about it. I will sell the fossils rather than hoard them, because that would be a little cheap. But yeah, I mean, we have to go back a third time. Like, that's pretty rough. Okay. 5 minutes on refresh. Everybody's just a 2. So yeah, we're probably not going to hit that. I really wish I knew how many zebras there were. I could just find like the one that has like a name, and then like the other specialty zebra. Minimum number of non-humble Myosaurs should be fine. Since I'm just gonna probably go ahead and make everything humble, so I'm just gonna err on the side of that immediately. It might work, but also, like, we have other animals that are going in the exhibit, right? So there's going to be some problems with that. I did mess with the male research unlock. I actually might need to undo that. I didn't think about that. Yeah, because this is a male. We can turn off research temporarily when we want to breed the males. I think we just do that. And then I'm gonna maybe change it for next time. Because I don't want to have to close the game and like change the mod. Because I don't have the mod as a standalone. I've just been inserting the files directly. We aren't playing with social. Social's turned off. We turned off social, we turned off aging, and we turned off juvenile growth. For the purpose of this build. Let's check the other zebra. The Hartman's Mountain zebra. It's also a male. Or at least there's one male. So yeah, I don't know if there's just two zebras, one of each variety, and they're both male, or if these articles are just talking specifically about the males. That's the problem here. Okay, hold on. Here's a couple more articles. Okay, there's a juvenile zebra. So there's one juvenile mountain zebra, one juvenile horse. Okay, yeah, there's definitely more than two zebras in this park. I might just do every zebra we can find a name for in these articles. Rogan and Yipes. Mackenzie. Okay, I need to start like writing down these goddamn zebras. Scrap paper. Zebras do form harems IRL. All right, so Hartman zebras. We've got Yipes, who's a male. We've got Rogan, who's a male. Hopefully no relation to Joe. Mackenzie, who's a female. This article is from 2022. We got Zolani. That's another female. I'm just reading through the article and just writing down every named zebra. Okay, and then there's a female juvenile that's unnamed. Like a proper baby. And that's Zolani and Rogan's kid. So we'll try to like keep the family tree intact, I think. Technically Yipes is Rogan's kid, but I think we'll skip that one because he's like a few years old. He's not like a little baby anymore. Okay, so that's the Hartman. So that's 4 adults and 1 juvenile for the Hartman zebras. And then for the other ones, the Grevies, we got Moyo. That's a male. And he's the only one mentioned in this specific article. But there's another article. Seven facts to celebrate Zebra Day. That's probably not going to tell me much. Feels weird to have only like one of the other variety of zebra. Can I find a picture? I mean, there's like two zebras here. Okay, I think we're gonna do 5 adults and a juvenile. I'm not gonna make a distinction between the two types of zebra. It's just too much effort to go through. Yeah, it'll be 3 males, 2 females, and then a female juvenile. So 3 and 3. The 4 named Hartman zebras, and then the 1 named Grevy. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like I can't, like, the article is just talking about training as a specific zebra, so it doesn't tell me, like, it doesn't really imply whether or not there are other ones of the Grevy zebras or whatever. Whereas the other article talks about like the Hartman zebra herd and like names 4 of them. So I get the impression that's all the Hartman zebras, those 4 adults and the 1 juvenile that was just born. And then for the Grevies, I think I just don't know. So unfortunately, I'm not going to overly stress out about like spending hours Googling trying to find out exactly how many zebras are in the zoo. If they don't tell me, I'm just going to roll with what they do tell me. So in the case that we do have some named ones, I definitely want to include the named ones, basically. So knowing that there's 5 named zebras and a juvenile that's unnamed, you know, to me means then 6 minimum is what I'm looking for. I was gonna make the Hartman zebras a little more reddish, because apparently they like to roll in the dust or whatever, and they tend to look dirty because of it. But it's weird to me to have zebras in the park and only have like one that's actually like white and black. So I'm probably just gonna mix the 2 colors together and not really make a distinction, I think. Oops, I'm paused. I'm just sitting here. My bad. Why did it just... Oh, because I had faster extraction. Yeah. It's always weird to me that if you're paused, it doesn't change the timer until you unpause. Alright. Well, how much time till they reset? Oh, they did reset. Thick. Not in profit. Yeah, no shit. No shit, I'm not in profit, my guy. There's a 3. There's a 4.
Objective feels like a pretty formal word, but I think we should try and get this done.
I could take the 4, I could reroll. The 4 gets me... Wait, do I need 12 or 9? I forgot. 12. So 4 and a 3. Generalist. We'll take the 4. Now, if I re-roll and I don't get a 3, then I'm in trouble. Whereas if I stay, I've got this guy, Nakamura. So I think we're going to just take him. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, here's what we ended up with our scientist shopping around a little bit. We let him reset. I was too afraid to re-roll because we got a 4 and a 3 on the reset, which is enough to get us there. So these 4 get us confined space. We also should have enough welfare to hatch here. And it finished this like random welfare contract to keep our economy slightly more afloat. But again, we're just going to reset if it becomes a problem. So
I couldn't be certain that joining this group would actually lead to helping the dinosaurs, but oh man, am I glad it is. And really, that's mostly down to your good work. Thank you.
I think I'm going to target literally 30 minutes for this episode if I can get it. Like, we're going to struggle to get to 30, I think, in a reasonable time frame. It's already getting really late. We need to get a ranger team in here too soon, which I'll have to think about where I put them. I could put the vehicles, like there's a parking lot back here. I could put them there conceptually. I think I probably will. All right. So our zebras, let's look at this. So this is the whitest skin. Now, are zebras considered black with white stripes or white with black stripes? I feel like they're white with black stripes. Yeah, because they have like white under the belly, right? So the stripes are the limited part. So it should be that. Like that's as zebra as we can get. Let's favorite these. Let's just make sure that is the only real option. And the big reason, like, this is zebra enough that it makes me content. But I also just like the vibe of a hadrosaur as like a horse, essentially. And so this is the most zebra-like of the hadrosaurs, especially when you go to quadrupedals, right? So yeah, and we're gonna have some males. There are some males in the herd, so we'll do that. Should I do social? I mean, they're already 50%. I guess we can leave it. Get a nickel for every AI generated app you've gotten recently. You'd have enough coins to break your neck. Yeah, it's all dog shit out there. And then, yeah, some zebras come off as a little red if they're rolling in the dirt. Now, do we want to try and do like a little bit of a reddish mix? Like we could do this alongside the white ones for ones that are dirty. Zebras are black with white stripes? I don't believe you. We could do both technically, right? Because like you could do this. This doesn't look as right to me. Hold on, I'm gonna Google it. What is the consensus? Zebras are considered black with white stripes. How? How? Black skin beneath their fur. I see. Pigmented black fur body develops white stripes during the embryonic development. So the white, it's white stripes is more of a technicality than anything, but all right, fine. We're totally... Black is understood to be the default color of the zebra. Okay. Okay, so then we would do Yukon Rana. And we could do the redder stripes for the dirty one. I don't really like the red stripes. That's a little too red. That could be our zebra. How do I feel about that? I mean, it does have like the white face and the white belly still. I suppose that's objectively the more correct take, right? And I think the male does look a little more properly zebra stripy in this case, too. So the only question then is like, yeah, am I going to do the orange? I don't think it works. All right, we're just gonna go. So yeah, zebras are considered black with white stripes for like some actually fairly complicated like developmental reasons. So I guess we'll go black with the white stripes, which thankfully is still an option. At least like the underbelly and like the head is still white here with the black skin, so it's still got a pretty good vibe that more or less matches the idea of what I would expect it to look like. And I think the male is a little bit better actually, as far as like zebra aesthetics go. So it's fine. We'll probably have 2 batches of these ultimately. Oh, I need to do one thing quick. I need to turn off research temporarily because I do have the male unlock modded to be late. So you know what? Let's do this. Research off. And then synth them, and then we turn it back on after we hatch them, right? Which, since fossils are still on, this doesn't really mess anything up, really. As long as we don't go to like the fossil menu and actually do something, right? Should be fine, right? Probably. Yeah, there's a little bit of orange on them, so like we don't really need the dirty variant. They do have a little bit of orange outlining the stripes. It kind of works.
Synthesis.
Okay, nothing wrong with some skittish. Okay, a lot of social ones too. We said we were gonna have 5 of these, so we will need another batch. So let's synth the second batch too. Like just right away. And then we can pick and choose from the 2 for like, maybe we'll have 5 social ones.
Synthesis procedure complete.
Nope. Not so lucky. Okay, so we're skipping one inferior one. So we'll hatch the... Actually, maybe we skip the... No, that's a social. I want the social. So yeah, we'll do... No, 3 males. So we'll do male, male, female, female. Actually, let's make these females, make these males. Sure. The skittish one is pretty good, yeah. All right, here's our first batch. So 2 males, 2 females, and then we need 1 more male. We've got confirmed names for 5 adult zebras in the park. So we're going to actually nickname them after the real zebras. And so we're matching the genders of the animals to the actual zebras. That's the idea here. You're going to need a rest soon, so maybe I do these 3 on both hatches. And then Rogan and Zolani are the ones we're breeding.
Attention person.
Whatever. Goddamn power outage. Yeah, I think I will use the parking lots as the vehicle depots. Kind of works conceptually.
Incubation complete.
All right, let's get this one going right away. It's the last one. This is the final mail. 222. Get these guys out. All right, so Myosora number 1. This is the first mail. So we can name this after the elder Hartman's zebra from the zoo, which is Rogan. Then we've got number 2, which is the elder female. Why don't we make you Zolani? Number 3 is the other female. So you can be Mackenzie. And number 4 will then be the Grevy zebra, the only one I could find a name for. So this would be Moyo. Okay. And then let's get them settled in here. Okay, yep, that's coming along all right. So the Humble does incredible work here. This is maybe a social one, so yeah. We gotta consider that too, but... Alright, the enclosure might be big enough for like the populations I kind of envision having here. It actually might be pretty good. While we have research turned off, the nests are also modded, so let's get a nest in here. And breed our 1 juvenile zebra that should be in the park, which is an unnamed female. We're going to do a breeding program to use the correct 2. So these are medium nest. We're going to delete the nest afterwards, so I'm not going to worry too much about the nest aesthetics. So literally just going to have it here only for the purposes of the breeding program. So, the pair is Rogan plus Zolani. 1% success rate. Yeah. Yeah. We can do... Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're already cheating with sandbox settings. We can just do breeding failures off, right? Where is that? Dinosaur breeding normal guaranteed. There we go. Okay. Rogan, Zolani. We need 2 for that? Damn. Okay. Maybe we delete that temporarily. We get the other one hatched, and then we do the breeding.
The dinosaurs are really no different from us when it comes to their emotional states. Comfortable dinosaurs are content dinosaurs, and content dinosaurs are more likely to thrive.
We should also take a moment and set up the amenities. Oh, these are going to be, yeah, because research is not turned on. We're going to have access to all the upgrades there, so let's not do that. Because it is not actually correct.
Attention personnel. The park is now closing. We
Not looking good on getting guests this fall. I wonder if there's any chance of it working if we reload. What if they have like 3 babies? We get rid of the other ones. We're going to canonically keep 1 humble female. All right, we got our other last zebra here. This one is the younger adult, I guess you would say. Can I get you to actually show me your name tag, sir? 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 There we go. So this guy was born in like 2021 or something. It's another child of Rogan, but we're not gonna breed him because he's full sized essentially now at this point, right? We're only gonna have the actual young foal as the juvenile. So even though this guy is the younger one, he's still, you know, gonna be a full size adult and not directly related to his father, but in our hearts we know he is Rogan's son. Yipes. So. All right, let's get the nest now that we have everybody back. So this was medium. Let's create the breeding plan with Rogan and Zolani, we said, right? Start the program with the scientist on you. And then just because I don't want to risk, like, I don't know if they can, like, snipe out the nest. While the program is going, I'm going to go ahead and contraceptive everybody else as a precautionary measure. All right. And then this will take 1 minute. Do we have any guests spawning into the park? How disappointing! My meticulously crafted park entrance doesn't seem to work. Maybe if we reload, but I'm not optimistic. What if we do... Okay, let's do this. I haven't saved yet this stream, so let's save. You know, 4.5 hours into it. We'll save the Smithsonian Park for the first time all stream, because I like to live dangerously. Okay, what if we kill the door? Okay, but then they can't... Okay, what if we kill all this? I'm just trying shit, man. I'm just trying stuff. Like, the door should not be a problem, but I don't know which thing actually breaks the entrances from working. So, like...
Attention personnel. The park is
Maybe we need to close it, let it go for a second, and then open it.
the park.
We're really reaching here.
Personnel. The park is opening and guests will be arriving shortly.
All right, 4 eggs, 1 minute. Then we can switch out. Get rid of the ones that don't meet our requirements and breed again if we have to. Maybe saving before the breeding program would have been a good idea too. I don't know if the eggs were after we saved or not. Well, this isn't going to work. Let's just put it back. God damn it. Maybe if I put an entrance in somewhere else, there'll at least be people walking to the shops. Might have to try that. Now, the babies are as stripy as they're going to get, I guess. Oh my god, camera, calm down. Yeah, this isn't something that should be a problem. I agree completely. It's the legendary two-sided Maiasaura. It's like perfectly aligned. Biblically accurate Maiasaura. Incredible. Humble, tolerant, social's pretty good. Nope, that's Yipes. So humble, social, humble, tolerant, social, humble, tolerant, social, humble, tolerant. So 9 is probably the worst. They are almost all females. So I can do 7 or I can do 8. Who is more zebra coded? 8 or 7? I think they're the same. I think this is the only one that looks different. All right. Well, obviously these two are conjoined twins. So like, oh, I don't even have a ranger station. So obviously we got to get rid of both of them, right? Because they're connected. So this is probably the one that survives. So you become untitled female juvenile. So I guess, yeah, this one has not been named as of this writing. All right, let me get a ranger team in here quick. Why don't we keep all the babies? We don't keep all the babies because there's only one in the zoo. So we're matching where we can what we actually know is in the real zoo. All right, the first parking lot, I think, is right behind this trail. Where's my map? There's my map. Yeah, the parking lot is basically like here. So maybe we're already flattening this out. So maybe we just continue with a bit of this. Having multiple poles isn't unreasonable for a zoo. No, it's not. But there's only one in the real zoo. It's a solitary foal that was born this year. IRL. So that's why we're just doing that one. That's also why we're not doing any like unauthorized breeding, because we specifically want to match what's in the real zoo. Maybe we make this a ridge. I don't know how the parking lot is orientated relative to the slope of the park as it goes down the hill, because I never actually drove here. I took the subway and then walked over a few blocks both times I went there. In fact, do I want like a decorative parking lot to combine with this, maybe? To really sell it? I might do that. Let's try and get this to go a little steeper over here, maybe. Okay. And then we'll do the ranger station right off of the path. What am I doing? Ranger station. Put the parking lot behind it. All right, that's a big open ad. This is no, that's different than the one we used before. I kind of want something like elongated like this, like relatively long and narrow. There's 17 pages of parking. Target parking lot, incredible. Let's sort by top rated. Who has the best parking lot? Too big, too complicated. I don't want an entrance. I want just a decorative parking lot. Let's go back to the start here on this. Let's check this guy out. Yeah, that's fine. We can clean it up or change it out if we decide to later. It's a very tiny road relative to, like, the size of the cars. Definitely the road is kind of questionable. Okay, that's 8. I think 8 was the one we're keeping, right? Yeah. It is skittish. I guess 7 is better. I missed that it was skittish before. Alright, we'll keep 7. Since it's technically less likely to be problematic. Alright, and then while this is happening, we're good to go here. Yeah, we need to turn sandbox back on. So, breeding normal. Research on. So Protoceratops, Struthiomimus. And then Dryosaurus. Maybe Proto second would be fun. Alright, second up, Warthog, Protoceratops. This is actually going to be our stand-in, I think, for essentially every pig. Because there are 2 kinds of pigs, hogs, whatever, in the Africa Trail. There's Warthogs proper, then there's some other red pig. So maybe we do both. We're also keeping juvenile number 7, because it turns out 8 is skittish. So I might as well keep 7, which is a perfect juvenile. And we'll clear out the nests now. I don't have any plans for any other juveniles in this exhibit. Where did my juvenile, my actual one, end up? There. Okay, there's 7. I wish the juveniles were quadrupedal, but, like, it's fine. It's probably more reasonable for a juvenile hadrosaur to be bipedal. That might even be accurate. I mostly wish they were quadrupedal for this park build. Or they're horses. That's a horse! Of course. Alright, that research is done. Let's get the expedition going. Protoceratops. Let's do you, actually, since this is a... We don't have a staff center in yet. This is our parking lot, by the way. Off of the ranger station. I'm probably going to put the... I'm thinking...
Creating something amazing is a job.
Thank you.
100 smaller tasks.
None of these are good. I'm just going to take that so he stops yapping. I am thinking that we should have our... There's like 3 parking lots spaced out around the edge of the park like this, basically. I think each of them should have one of the maintenance buildings, one of the vehicles. So parking lot plus ranger, parking lot plus medical, parking lot plus maintenance. So I might just like toss maintenance and the like medical over here somewhere, maybe just off of this road as a placeholder until we get to that part of the park, and then we'll move them in. But we definitely need to get them in so that we can, like, you know, do maintenance and treat our animals. So I'm going to do that right now. So I think we'll just go ahead and continue to expand the flattening over this way. Maybe over here. Oh, that's just not continue that far down? I didn't realize that was the case. Fair. Okay. I might not have changed the building type for that one. I'm not going to worry about it. It's not a big deal which building we use for maintenance. I hate that, how that worked. I think we did, if we do this, we should be able to get this to be more reasonable. The fuck is the actual, yeah, there it is. Now, can I delete this path? I can. Okay, cool. Alright. Great. Maintenance stations. And a ranger post, actually. Oh shit, I never put the gate in. I think these little gates look good for the zoo. We'll use these ones. And then maintenance. So maybe I end up putting in 2 maintenance posts. So like one here and then like one over here. And then one over here. All right, we need a hotel. Honestly, a hotel across the street also would kind of make sense with everything else. It's a good question on what I should do with a hotel in this park. There's some other buildings further down that we could use the hotel to like as a stand-in for some other stuff. I could just put one in here for now. Yeah, let's just do it. Let's just put this here temporarily.
Comfort. We've increased the hotel capacity of the park.
Okay. Yeah. And let's get these amenities configured now. These should not all be unlocked still, right? Or do they all start unlocked? Am I just misremembering? Well, whatever. Fuck it. Yeah, my ratings are good.
Attention personnel, please stand by for a vehicle return.
Refueling generator. Topping up generator.
I really hate these like dirt patches that like really don't properly blend at all. It's very annoying. All right. Some eggs are very nice. We will take some egg. Get a decent chunk of proto going there. Let's take a second and do staff upgrades now. Oh, no, you start with... Wait. Oh, yeah, no, staff center is still on a different note. Yep, okay, yep, correct. Cool. We do that, and then we do more Protoceratops on you. And then we can get the staff building in. I might just slap the staff building in kind of somewhere out of the way. And definitely as we continue to expand and decorate the park, we move around some of these buildings. Like I put in a hotel here, and this is essentially just a placeholder just to get the hotel in so that we can get ratings up a little bit and start properly making money, you know? Because we didn't actually have to like reset the economy yet, other than when we started and we reset it back to, you know, 3 million or whatever. So, and yeah, we got these buildings over here across the road as placeholders with the sidewalk conveniently concealing the path. Which maybe the sidewalk is why the guests don't spawn. Who really knows? Now, I think it might be nice when we get this exhibit fully like populated. I'm paused again. I didn't even realize. To like try to spread out the trees a little bit more. We just got this clump here, which is kind of weird. Hey, Muto, welcome back. All right, staff center building. That is a lot. That's very cool, but that's a lot. Maybe we just use a standard JP one. You could put it like here. Off of this, maybe. Because I don't know what else we're going to put here. Or this spot, maybe. Is this my path? I can't tell. Yeah. Do I want it to connect to here, or do I want it to connect, like, here? Like that, maybe. That is not my path. This one? Dude, I can't tell with the overlay. There we go. Class, no, not facility. Ah, luxury standard classic or whatever. There we go. Okay, we should probably also try and decorate a little bit around the path itself. Like get some trees there to cover up a little bit of the backlot type stuff, you know. Maybe not here as much. Sure. Don't know why I paused for all that. Hey Ellie, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. How's the progress of the park going, Muto? It's going pretty okay. We got our zebras. So we got that going. Warthogs are on the way. A bunch of the basic, stuff you need for a functional park is in. All right. Good thing we got the medical team in there. Maybe we hold off on those two. All right, first disease outbreak of the thing. Damn it. Rabies. Okay. Well, it's a zebra, so you know what? At least it's a mammal, conceptually, sorta, in a way. Oh, it's the baby got it? The baby's rabid? Oh, man. We have income tax enabled and cranked, actually. I didn't mention this. I said we weren't playing with increased difficulty. That's not true. We're not playing with increased difficulty on these park rating metrics, but income tax is separate from that, and income tax is cranked. So it just kicked in a little bit ago, actually. So we'll have to see how much of a difference that ends up making. Yeah, right now we're at 40. Sorry, our expenses is 64, 40 of which is income tax. Not the child? It is the child. Or are you saying, oh no, not the child? And then, yeah, let's take a look at rabies here. So, the new requirement for rabies is 9 welfare. So I basically bumped all these up by 1, and then I cranked up the, how many animals you have to medicate on these? So 20, 10, 20, and 25 is what I went with. So the inoculations are now much more difficult to unlock, and these are just a little bit more expensive. These are more expensive too, if I remember correctly. And then these ones I just made slightly more expensive. I didn't make you disinfect multiple feeders. That'd be insane. So yeah, we need the 9 welfare, which we do not have. So we're going to have to go shopping. We have a 3. That would give me 9 if I had Ghazali back. He was altruistic. That's alright. We have points too, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's just do this. Yeah, okay, fine. Have another point. I lose much money. That's fine. Medicine. By crank, do I mean over 60%? Yeah, it tops out at 90% income tax. We did 85 in a park build previously, and it was still fine. So I went with 90% income tax in this. We'll see how that plays out. Oh, because this guy's on the expedition. Yeah. Do I want to do this? I think we should do this now. 4 and 7, 3 and 8. So yeah, I guess I do you. Screw it. And I need the 4 logistics. So yeah, I wasted that because I can't do it without the expedition guy. Which is back in 6 seconds. What am I doing? Oh my god. Increased staff salary is not a thing yet? Damn. Like, from putting points in, or... Because I really didn't pay attention, actually, to the salary level. Or are we talking as like a challenge condition? Like, because you have the challenge modes, right, with the increased salary requirements? Specific maps. Alright, so that's back. Now we can actually do the rabies, even though I overcommitted points. I don't have the money because I overcommitted points. It's 500k because it scales. Because I increased the... Do we think that's excessive? I probably have to turn these down. 500k is a little bit too much. The overall staff salary, the challenge condition. I gotcha. It probably is in this game. We can probably just turn it on, right? Yeah, I feel like 500k for a disease treatment's maybe too much. Although, like, I don't know, it's not being able to treat because you didn't save money is kind of like a proper lose condition, right? Maybe I just roll with this. Maybe we just try to make this work. We also might have money in the banana stand, and by that I mean eggs. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so we'll do that. Let's try not to reset the economy. Let's just try and play it out. Like, not just here, but in general. Rabies should be the most dangerous and hard to research disease. You know what? I'm kind of with you on that. Should we crank rabies even more? So that, like, early game, if you get a rabid animal, you just got to get rid of it? I kind of like that idea. That, like, early game rabies is just that animal's essentially dead. You just got to let it die or rewild it. That could be kind of neat. Because rabies is really limited. Like, you never get rabies outbreaks, you get individual instances of rabies. I really like this idea. We're just going to roll with what we got here, but I think I'm going to crank it up even further. I think I'm sold on that idea. Medical, are you ready to go? No, because I can read the number. I got distracted. Yeah, to me, like, income tax wasn't enough to modulate, like, the economy. Research and stuff also did need to be cranked up, which is why I'm basically looking at all sorts of potential edits to make here. Like, we've got, I don't know, a dozen edits to the research tree, not counting the completely restructured dig site tab, where we split all these up. Although I need to get rid of one of these herbivore tabs so that these aren't off screen down here at the bottom. But this is all work in progress anyway. We should get fossils going here. I did not notice when we got to $1 million, but it did happen, apparently. Okay, so 36 and 64. So I should have processed fossils between... before the dig site was back when we had 2 left over, but I decided not to. Are you doing it? Maybe we need to wake him up and get him out of the soup so that it can target him. Because I'm not sure it's working. Imagine if this actually drowned the dinosaur. Like if sedating an animal into a puddle of water actually killed it. That'd be kind of interesting. You got a class to teach soon? Alright, good luck with your class. Is the helicopter also struggling to dart him? Okay, he's good. It actually seemed to have worked. It just took 7,000 darts. Great. A hurricane is coming. So I heard them announce a hurricane is coming. That's surprising to me, given that, I mean, like, you can have a hurricane, like, reach up the East Coast. Like, you can get the remnants of a hurricane into DC. It's just not going to be, like, a full-blown hurricane, right? It's just going to be a rainstorm burning itself out. Thought rabid animals are afraid of water? Not in this game. They just, they're angry at fences. That's what rabies does. Look at all these people. I sure wish we could see them out in the park proper. We should probably get the shelters open here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please beware of flying debris. Proceed to take cover until the hurricane has passed.
Oh no. Not more ailments. I can't afford to research more vaccines. Please. Oh no, it's a proper outbreak. Okay, hold on. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Tuberculosis. Okay. Oof, coming right off the back of rabies like that? God damn. All right. I kind of like this though, because like you're kind of forced, like you can't just rush animals out nonstop. Like you gotta like chill. Like in this early game window when a disease can like just kill you, you gotta like make sure you're able to cover that first. Like it actually requires planning a little bit, and I appreciate that. Hey, those are zebras. I don't know what you're talking about, Rugops. Of course they're susceptible to rabies. They're zebras. Okay, so these guys are warthogs, right? Not lifespan, humble. No. Here's the question. What color would you say a warthog is? Like dark gray to brown, I guess? And then in the zoo itself, they have a second hog, which is a red river hog. So we could have these red hogs too, maybe. We just call them, we just make them all this. I think we'll do it that way. I think we'll mix and match, right? So maybe we have, like that's a warthog color to me, I would say. That's a warthog color. And then we have like the redder river hogs. Maybe this guy. So these three, maybe. And then in terms of like patterning, it's just spots. So maybe we just put like the black spots on them a little bit. And then what would the males look like? So we did Yukon, Limpopo, and the red. Red, the Limpopo. And then for the black, it'd be like that. I think that's reasonable. I think the black, like, I think that works. So random favorite, stick with the Paparana. Random favorite, stick with the Paparana. Now, I don't know how many warthogs are supposed to be in the park, and I don't know how many of the other piggies are supposed to be in the park. We can't synth these yet anyway. So I'm probably just going to put a batch out and call it good. Actually, let me check the red pigs. Maybe there's some info about them here. The Red River hogs. How do you keep animals cool in the heat? Bringing the zoo to you, April 2022. I can check some articles and find out if we know anything about the actual hog population of the park. Alright, we are good to reopen the park, though. We just got to finish up this research, and then we can get the hogs.
Recent handling of anomalous events.
Let's bob for snacks with Bobby, our Red River hog. So maybe they only have one Red River hog
Has now passed.
named Bobby.
Your normal activity.
So we got one female hog named Bobby. At least. Okay, I think I might do that. Okay, well, we need to get in here and take care of this. At least we don't have that many animals, so I just was kind of sleeping on it. All right, let's synth these guys. Yeah. Still have $1 million after that. Medical's arriving. Just in time. Right. So here's how I think we'll handle this. Right. We got... Oh yeah, we currently can't breed males. So maybe I'm okay with that. Maybe we just take these 3 females, and this is Bobby because it's the red one. And then later we could add some more. All right, and then next is our ostriches, which are going to be Struthiomimus. Which is here. So we'll get that going. All right. An injury, you have a concussion. I see. I wasn't expecting a concussion on our zebra, but we'll take care of that. We'll get you taken care of. We'll get you delivered, and we'll be with you in a second, Rogan. I think Rogan got a concussion from too much MMA fighting.
Commencing asset transit.
I could maybe make this like the cheetah area. We'll think about that maybe, because I don't know conceptually what would be here. Alright, well, we can get our warthogs out to end the episode. And send out our first dig for Struthies, I suppose. Alright, 3 little hogs. They even sound like hogs. They're like perfect warthog stand-ins. / Red River hog stand-ins.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to welcome.
You idiot. Nancy, what the fuck? Nancy, seriously? 500k medical bills? Alright, we're not a bastard, right? We would pay the medical bills for our employees. Take half my money, Nancy. God damn it. Alright, Bobby the Red River Hog. Bobby, there you are. Alright, and you guys need ground leaf and cover. So, we'll put a little bit of trees creeping in, maybe around here. Maybe not in front of the gate. That always looks a little weird. And then some leaf. Sprinkle a little bit. We should do like reduced intensity. We should like do a little more like blending of everything, maybe. Right, a little bit of this, a little bit of this, and then a little bit of fiber, you know, mixed everywhere. And then the seed plants that we removed from the zebras can go back in. So the seed plants can go back in. I would like the trees, actually, for a little bit of a vibe. Okay, yeah. A little more of an open plain feel as opposed to like a stand of trees in the middle. I think that's good. 3 environmental issues. You'll be fine. Move around further. Go down the hill. You are all humble, are you not? Yeah. You are madder because you are not social. Which is fair, I suppose. We just gotta believe they'll figure it out before they decide to hit the fence. They may not, which is aggravating. That's a problem for another day. You know what? Let's just send out the expedition for Struthi. Should have more yellow grass for the Africa Trail. Maybe, yeah. There's definitely an argument to be made for that. We're gonna do a little more work on this exhibit. Like, this is not all this is gonna be. I just want to get the animals we want in the exhibit in and then see what we're working with. So we'll definitely come back to this. I think, yeah, trying to go with more of like a savanna look to it would be good. Do we have like proper, like, any like decorative trees that really have a good savanna vibe to them? Like, what are those kind of flat top trees called? I don't remember what those are. But yeah, there's maybe some things we can do here. There's also probably people who've made like for some of the plants that don't exist in the game, some people have bootstrapped them together decoratively. So we might be able to also find some interesting decorative trees that people have made out of like pieces of other plants, basically, to decorate with. We'll have to see. But yeah, I think we'll end this episode here, and till next time. All right. Now, I don't know if I'm going to do a bonus stream this week. I think I'm yeah, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. The like baobabs. Let's take a look on the workshop. I'm really hungry, so I'm going to wrap stream up pretty quickly here. We're going to look for these real quick. Savannah Baobab Nest. Tree Baobab. Okay, we got a few things. Now, the real question is, how many of these are going to look like anything? See, I can see the seams on some of these, so to speak. So I question that a little bit. Let's just grab each of these blueprints. Maybe. I'm not going to take the nests. Oh, yeah, there was also the gift shop. Remind me about the gift shop next week. Let's toss these in. I want to see what these look like real quick. So we got big baobab tree. They ain't perfect, but they're okay. Like this one, you can really tell how the trees are connected together on that one side. This one's got a weird plate thing going on. Maybe if we lower it, that's the thing to do. Why is the plate just here to like for decorative purpose, like for display purposes, for the purpose of the workshop maybe? Because it actually isn't connected to anything. Oh God, these are all like not exactly put together as objects, it looks like. That's fine. We'll do this. This will work. We'll just shrink them all down until the one down the hill is not sticking out of the ground, right? So should it be down like that? Guess we do it like that. I think these ones are probably the best of the three. I think the only problem with these ones is these like repeated twigs. These repeated twigs give the game away pretty badly, but that's because it's the, I guess, that trunk that has that twig. But other than that, like they're pretty good. Well, maybe this one less so. These are still fine. Like, from this, like, distance, they don't look that bad. Sure. All right, we need the thumbnail, then I'm hitting the end stream button. So I want the entrance proper. Capture mode. I think we just do it from, like, in the street. Like, looking right at the zoo sign, essentially. With the raptor statues. So like that. And then we put we can have the crosswalk visible. And then we put the title like up there. I think that works. Given that the stream was essentially 6 hours of building this specifically, I think that's fine for the thumbnail. We don't need dinosaurs in our dinosaur park. I could even like put a picture of the real thing next to it or something in the thumbnail, maybe. Like upsell the video. Alright, cool. Yeah, we'll see what you got done, Primal. Yeah, we definitely need to get the rest of this park like up to the quality of the entrance. Because like so far this is like blah. But I expected this to be blah because, you know, now we're actually playing the game. Finally. So, yeah. You still don't have any dinosaurs? Yeah, that's how it goes. Alright, I'll catch you guys later. I need to go find